This secret technique of demon bloodthread could cut through the sure of origin returning realm masters, and its attack strength was impressive. Such a powerful secret technique naturally came with limitations. The number of demon blood threads one could condense was this secret technique's biggest limitation. However, this glamorous temple master of Demon Blood Temple managed to condense 2 demon blood threads, and from the auras they released, their power was essentially identical. On top of that, the woman did not seem to lack in vitality at all. It was a mystery how she accomplished this feat. From this alone, it was understandable that her occupying the temple master position was due to real skill. The 2 demon blood threads distorted greatly the moment she sent them out, soon transforming into a large blood-red mist before condensing back into 2 blood-red snakes. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw this, showing a look of excitement. His golden blood threads were incapable of such transformations, which only reaffirmed his belief that this demon blood thread secret technique still had great untapped potential. Xianxia had been able to cultivate his golden blood thread technique completely because, after emerging from the flowing flame sandfield, he had helped a demon blood temple disciple named Deng Ning and received the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique from him. Although it was only the first half, it still allowed Xianxia to cultivate it to a point. Xianxia had long ago guessed that the second half of this secret technique's manual described how to flexibly manipulate demon blood threads. Now it seemed his guess was correct. Unfortunately, the demon blood thread secret technique was one of Demon Blood Temple's core inheritance techniques, so an outsider like Xianxia couldn't obtain its second half. Seeing the myriad changes the demon blood thread could achieve at this moment made Xianxia quite delighted. Since he began cultivating his golden blood thread technique, it had provided Xianxia with great assistance and played a vital role in many battles he had fought. If he could obtain the second half of this secret technique's manual, the power it would be able to display would undoubtedly grow even further. All sorts of thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind as the 2 blood-red snakes rushed over to the writhing white rabbit, flashing their fangs as one bit into its head while the other bit into its tail, firmly grasping it. From these fangs, blood-red energy poured into the body of the white rabbit, seemingly wanting to corrupt its spiritual energy. Having suffered a sneak attack, the world spirit was taken by surprise, and after it recovered from Xianxia's attack, it suddenly found itself being restrained and became enraged. But regardless of how it struggled, it was unable to break free of the entanglement of the 2 blood-red snakes. Instead, as time passed, the 2 blood snakes poured more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, dulling its consciousness. The world spirit also realized the situation was rapidly deteriorating and no longer dared to remain. Ceasing its struggles, the white rabbit's body trembled for a moment before bursting into an icy aura and immediately tried to flee. Tender laughter rang out at that moment, one that seemed capable of bewitching one's soul. Everyone present could not help their blood from boiling slightly as their states of mind became unstable. Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master stood mid-air and simply pointed her finger lightly. In response, and without any kind of visible force, the 2 blood snakes transformed once more, reverting to their demon blood thread form before twisting together and then splitting into multiple small blood-red silk threads. These blood-red threads wove together to form a giant net that shot out at an incredible speed towards the world spirit. This time, the world spirit was completely unable to dodge and was swiftly enveloped by the blood-red net. "Seal!" the glamorous temple master lightly shouted, causing the blood-red net to rapidly shrink, trapping the world spirit inside. No matter what the world spirit tried now, it was unable to escape. In an instant, it became the beautiful woman's possession. The beautiful woman smiled enchantingly as a slightly smug look appeared on her face. Curling her outstretched finger, the blood net flew back to her along with its prize. At that moment, though, a sudden change occurred as a sharp phoenix cry rang out. Immediately, a terrifying pressure filled the air, and whether it was the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley who were lying on the ground, or Xianxia and the beautiful woman, they all turned pale and glanced behind themselves. Behind an ice pillar in the direction these 4 turned, a several dozen meter tall flawless white bird appeared, seemingly carved out of ice jade. This bird had no physical body and seemed to simply be an illusory phantom. But even so, its eyes contained a majesty that seemed to overlook and disdain the entire world. Anyone who was gazed upon by these eyes could not help unconsciously feeling as small and insignificant as an ant. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley nearly popped out of their sockets as they both shouted out the name of this giant bird with near fanaticism. This was not surprising though, as Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts, and the Ice Phoenix was the pinnacle ancient divine spirit regarding the ice attribute in this world. The Ice Phoenix was a divine symbol which all disciples of Ice Heart Valley worshipped. However, no Ice Heart Valley disciple had ever witnessed a true Ice Phoenix and had at best seen illustrations of them drawn in ancient records of their sect. As such, although the Ice Phoenix before these two now might not be a true ancient divine spirit, it was a being worthy of their utmost respect and adoration. In just a short moment, these two women had experienced intense highs and dramatic lows. First, they thought they would be killed by the world spirit's vicious attack. Then a pair of strangers had appeared at the last moment and used powerful secret techniques to subdue the ice attribute world spirit. But before these newcomers could recover their prize, an Ice Phoenix remnant soul had manifested before them. The feelings of the two women at this moment were extremely complicated. Never had they imagined that there were so many outsiders spying on them while they were fighting against this world spirit. Although their hearts were pounding with anxiety, they were also secretly rejoicing as, for the moment, they had managed to survive. When their beautiful eyes stared at the Ice Phoenix, however, a marvelous glow spread across their cheeks. As the Ice Phoenix's cry rang out, it suddenly vanished from the place it was hovering, leaving behind an afterimage with its incredible speed. The moment it reappeared, the Ice Phoenix had already arrived in front of the beautiful temple master from Demon Blood Temple, opened its beak, pecked towards the blood-red net, which was currently suppressing the ice attribute world spirit. It was as if it was just pecking a trivial bug while displaying an elegant yet carefree posture. The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment. After all, an Ice Phoenix was not something one could normally encounter throughout their entire lifetime. But soon she recovered and cried out in anger, "You court death!" Regardless of whether this thing was a true Ice Phoenix or not. Since it had ideas about her prey, this beautiful woman was naturally not going to tolerate it. Letting out this shout, the woman waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact which flew towards the Ice Phoenix remnant soul. As soon as the bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into 2 copies of itself, then into 4. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was surrounded by an overwhelming number of these bracelets. The Ice Phoenix actually turned a blind eye to this attack. Although it was just a remnant soul, it could not be eliminated so easily. Just as the swarm of bracelets swooped in to attack, the Ice Phoenix swallowed the blood net into its belly while spreading its wings wide and drawing in the rich ice attribute energy in the surrounding air, transforming it into an incredible number of ice blades that swirled around its form. Ding ding dang dang. A continuous clinking sound rang out as bracelets broke apart and ice blades collapsed. After the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's wrist, the Ice Phoenix remained unharmed while her pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though, as the Ice Phoenix had not only swallowed the world spirit into its belly, but even her demon blood thread as well. Even now, the temple master felt the connection between her and her demon blood threads growing weaker. If she allowed this to continue, she might lose her demon blood threads altogether. "You dare swallow my possessions? Let us see if you can digest it." The beautiful woman shouted angrily before forming a series of signs with her hands, seemingly urging her demon blood thread to launch an attack from inside the body of the Ice Phoenix. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, this beautiful woman's vision was quite sharp, so she was naturally able to see that this Ice Phoenix was only outwardly impressive but lacking in true power. It was not a true ancient divine spirit, otherwise how could she dare to remain here? She would have already run as far away as possible if this was not the case. A true ancient divine spirit was an opponent that even an Origin King Realm Master could not face. As the Temple Master urged her demon blood threads, the Ice Phoenix let out a pained cry and its pure white body began leaking a faint red light, obviously suffering greatly inside. Seeing this, Xianxia could not remain hidden anymore. When the Ice Phoenix rushed out, he was already preparing to act, so when he saw it cry out in pain, he naturally brought by Luo and charged forward. "Sure enough, this is your doing, boy. Xianxia flew over, taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai head-on, directly blocking his way, glaring at him with clear anger and cruel, malicious intent. Yang Kai halted in place as he glared towards Xianxia coldly before glancing over at the Ice Phoenix again. Yang Kai had no way to direct the Ice Phoenix to do anything. The Ice Phoenix remnant soul was simply using his body as a temporary vessel. If he could at least communicate with this Ice Phoenix, Yang Kai would not be so anxious, worrying about whether it would have an accident here. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix was just a remnant soul, it also understood when to compromise. After a sharp cry, it opened its mouth and spat out a violent blood-red ball of light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately separated into 2 demon blood threads and raced back to the beautiful woman's hand. In the end, this was a secret technique that she had spent innumerable years cultivating, so it was naturally not easy to digest. After spitting out the demon blood threads, Ice Phoenix let out a long cry before transforming into a ray of white light that directly flew into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. Having devoured the world spirit, it was quite satisfied, eager to refine it and strengthen itself as soon as possible. As for the battle which was about to take place, it did not care. The moment the Ice Phoenix entered his body, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering slightly as he felt a chill pulse through his body. Fortunately, this chill didn't have any noticeable effect on this condition, otherwise he might have had to turn around and flee at that moment. Although shocking, this series of accidents happened so quickly almost no one present had time to react. Lying in a pool of their own blood, the 2 Ice Heart Valley women could not help showing looks of interest when they saw the Ice Phoenix fly into Yang Kai's body of its own accord. They did not know what kind of opportunity this man had in the past which allowed him to obtain this thing. On the other hand, if they could acquire that Ice Phoenix from him. Meanwhile, Demon Blood Temple's glamorous temple master was completely indignant as she ground her teeth and glared furiously at Yang Kai. The world spirit was already in her hands, but it had been snatched away by Yang Kai's Ice Phoenix just like that. This was a serious loss, so it could easily be imagined what the Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood was right now. Right now, all she wanted to do was skin Yang Kai, then burn his corpse to ash to soothe the hatred in her heart. However, after taking in the situation around her for a moment, the beautiful woman suddenly withdrew her dreadful anger and instead smiled enchantingly as she called out, "Little brother, it seems we are fated to be together, meeting again so soon." As she spoke, she stared towards Yang Kai with excitement, her pink tongue licking her red lips as if she was staring at a rare delicacy. Her appetite on full display. Fated indeed. Yang Kai grinned and gently nodded. Bai Luo raised her brow and shot a glare towards Yang Kai as she asked in a low tone, "You know this loose woman? Is she some loose debt you racked up outside?" Bai Luo instantly found herself disliking this woman and thought Yang Kai had been seduced by the other party's feminine wiles. Hearing Bai Luo ask this, Yang Kai only spared her a light glance before ignoring her, too lazy to explain. "Little brother, we're all cultivators from Shadowed Star, so we should be cooperating with one another by all rights. Why did you find it necessary to spoil this temple master's good deed?" The beautiful woman still flashed a seductive smile, exuding a kind of mysterious charm as she lithely stepped forward, her red lips parting slightly as she said, "If you obediently hand over that world spirit, this queen is willing to overlook this unfortunate incident. What do you say? Sounds good. After returning to Shadowed Star, come to the Flowing Flame Sand Field to find me, and I'll happily return that world spirit to you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was having a friendly chat with this woman, not showing a trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face instantly became cold as the perfunctory meaning in Yang Kai's words could not be more obvious. If they returned to Shadowed Star like this, even if she possessed great strength and skill, it was impossible for her to enter the Flowing Flame Sand Field to find him, much less get him to return that world spirit. This brat was making it clear that he intended to snatch that world spirit from her. Letting out a sigh, a trace of forlorn sadness flashed across this woman's eyes, as if she was a woman who had been used and then tossed away by Yang Kai, slowly pining. "Little brother, this queen has no intention of being enemies with you, but if you insist on acting so besotted, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a little lesson." You should think carefully now. If you force this queen to act personally, you and that little girl may not be able to leave this place safely. If you think you have the skill, you're welcome to try. Yang Kai sneered. Arrogant boy, Jin Shi furiously shouted. Temple Master, there's no need for any nonsense with him. We should simply capture him and be done with it. A trivial first-order origin returning realm brat dares to act pretentious before us? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are. Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple lord nodded lightly, a predatory glint flashing across her eyes as she giggled with delight. When we capture him, this boy will belong to me. This queen has never encountered a man with such strong vitality. He will be able to provide me with a great deal of vital essence. When they entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jin Shi had passed by Yang Kai, who was condensing his Shi. At that time, this woman had witnessed Yang Kai resist the crushing emperor pressure with his flesh alone, shocking her greatly. Realizing how intrepid Yang Kai's body was, she had naturally taken a strong interest in him. The stronger the physique a man possessed, the greater use they were to her. Demon Blood Temple's vicious temple lord had been consuming many strong men over the years, but no male she had tasted had ever compared to Yang Kai. Even if the incident with the world spirit had not happened just now, having bumped into Yang Kai inside the Emperor Garden, this woman had no plans on letting him escape her grasp. Her pleasant speech just now had simply been a ploy to get Yang Kai to relax his vigilance. But since they had now torn face, there was no need for any more words. This old master wants these three women then. Jin Shi laughed, not only regarding Bai Luo as his prize but also including the two women from Iceheart Valley who were seriously injured and unable to act here. When these words reached their ears, the two women from Iceheart Valley paled involuntarily as they silently cursed in their hearts. If they had been at their peak, they would not fear Jin Shi or Demon Blood Temple's temple master, but now, at this moment, the two of them could at best display 20 or 30% of their peak strength. So they had no choice but to pin their hopes on Yang Kai. But what chance did a trivial first-order origin returning realm boy, who was dragging along a heavily wounded woman, stand against these two third-order origin realm masters? The two from Iceheart Valley were extremely anxious as they stared fixedly towards the other side. Worried Yang Kai would instantly be defeated. If that were to happen, they too would not be able to escape. Although they did not want to admit it, they and Yang Kai were now grasshoppers on a rope. If one of them suffered, all of them suffered. Boy, this old master knows you possess a powerful fire attribute artifact spirit. But in this place, do you dare use it to fight? Jin Shi sneered as he pointed out Yang Kai's weakness. The artifact spirit was currently protecting Yang Kai and Bai Luo from the frigid cold here. If he released it, Yang Kai could likely support himself for a short time, but Bai Luo would likely immediately fall. Jin Shi instantly determined that the Firebird artifact spirit would be useless in the following battle, and at most would be able to play some minor protective role. What about it? Yang Kai stared back at him coldly, not seeming to care. Seems you won't show regret unless you see your coffin. Jin Shi coldly snorted before drawing in a deep breath and releasing a dazzling golden light in the next instant which covered his figure. Behind this dazzling golden light, a vague cicada-shaped phantom image appeared. This giant cicada was also a brilliant golden color and, in a flash, it dove into Jin Shi's body. The instant the two merged, Jin Shi's aura underwent a massive transformation and a feeling of uncomfortable hostility began leaking from his form. One that seemed to stimulate the violence and killing intent in everyone's heart. Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. Jin Shi's hatred for Yang Kai ran deep. Losing an arm to this boy's machinations had caused Jin Shi many tortured, sleepless nights. So now that he had a chance to seek revenge, he did not hesitate to use the secret art he had grown famous for on Shadowed Star. Obviously, Jin Shi was planning to end this battle in one fell swoop. When the golden light dissipated, scales seemed to have formed on Jin Shi's bare skin, and a pair of extremely thin cicada's wings had sprouted from his back. Jin Shi's cheeks had also swollen up, and when he breathed a cicada-like cry rang out, creating a sound wave that was visible to the naked eye which propagated towards Yang Kai. The casual look on Yang Kai's face quickly grew solemn. When Xianxia used this trick to deal with the world spirit just now, Yongkai had seen its effects, so he understood how strange and powerful this secret technique could be. Naturally, Yongkai couldn't act carelessly. Pushing his divine sense, Yongkai released a tide of spiritual energy from his knowledge sea to surround and protect himself, creating a halo of fiery red energy which stung the eyes of anyone who saw it. Divine sense manifestation? Xianxia's eyes bulged as he called out in shock, a look of utter disbelief filling his face. Although divine sense was usually intangible, when it became powerful to a certain degree, it could also become visible to the eye. This phenomenon was known as divine sense manifestation. No one on Shadowed Star could accomplish this, or at least Xianxia did not know of any master capable of displaying divine sense manifestation. This ability was something which supposedly required at least an Origin King realm cultivation. This boy in front of him had just broken through to the First Order Origin returning realm though, so how could he possibly have such a powerful divine sense? On top of that, just from the color of the barrier which Yongkai condensed with his spiritual energy, it was obvious he did not possess an ordinary divine sense but rather a mutated conflagrated divine sense. Damn! Xianxia's thoughts flashed as he cursed to himself. Just now he had done his best to overestimate this boy's strength, but now, it seemed he was still underestimating him. The sonic attack launched by Xianxia reached Yongkai, but it was completely blocked by the fiery red halo, having as much effect as a rock being tossed into the sea, creating essentially no disturbance at all. Fortunately for Xianxia, he was not fighting alone. At the same time he attacked, Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master also took action, sending out her bracelet-like artifact again, having it multiply and crash towards Yongkai, its momentum quite frightening. Facing this situation, Yongkai's expression remained unsurprised, as if everything was proceeding as he had expected. Flicking his wrist, a dark green bladeless meter-long sword-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Dragon Bone Sword, Verdant. As Yongkai madly poured his Saint Chi into it, the verdant bone sword instantly released a dazzling green light halo and seemed to come alive, releasing a thunderous dragon roar as it transformed into a several dozen meter-long giant dark green dragon before striking out towards the Demon Blood Temple Master with its sharp teeth and claws. Dragon pressure filled the air, creating terrifying coercion even more intense than the one which accompanied the appearance of the Ice Phoenix just now. Before the barrage of bracelets hit Yongkai, it was swept away by the giant dark green dragon, which proceeded to open its great maw and spray out a green jet of mist towards the beauty from Demon Blood Temple. This green mist carried with it a rancid and disgusting smell and was quite clearly extremely toxic. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cried out in panic and hurriedly dodged this poison jet, her beautiful eyes flashing violently. She had not participated in the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, but she had received a detailed report from Xianxia, so she knew that Yongkai possessed this strange dragon-like artifact. When she heard Xianxia's report, she hadn't paid it much attention though, thinking he was just exaggerating the facts to save face after being defeated. After all, artifacts were dead while people were alive, so even if an artifact's grade was high, if the person using it wasn't strong enough, it shouldn't be able to display much power. But after seeing this artifact with her own eyes, she no longer dared think this way. The giant dark green dragon transformed artifact looked almost as if it had a true flesh and blood body, as though a true ancient divine spirit had suddenly appeared in this place, making her not dare to underestimate it. This kind of result was surprising as, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yongkai had summoned his Dragon Bone Sword, it was extremely difficult for him to control it as the Dragon Soul did not cooperate with him and was even actively trying to resist Yongkai's commands. Now, however, the Dragon Soul inhabiting the Dragon Bone Sword had completely surrendered to Yongkai and established a connection to his soul, which meant it could display far more power than it had back on Dragon Cave Mountain. With her attack being easily broken, the beautiful Demon Blood Temple Master could only fall back to recover her stance, flying about the ice road at high speed while trying to fend off the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this, Xianxia was not at all distraught. Instead, he was overjoyed. This was understandable. Yongkai's artifact spirit was currently busy blocking the frigid chill of the ice road, and his Dragon Bone Sword was now being entangled by the beautiful temple master, which meant that this boy's 2 trump cards had already been played, leaving him with nothing that Xianxia needed to fear. Xianxia was confident that he could twist off Yang Kai's head in the blink of an eye with his strength. As long as Yang Kai was killed, the giant dark green dragon would naturally become useless. Not only that, but Xianxia also thought he could get back that piece of profound gold and use it to cultivate his golden cicada extreme demon art to the grand accomplishment stage. At this point, his strength would exceed that of the temple master, and taking over Demon Blood Temple wouldn't be impossible. The key point, though, was killing Yang Kai, of course. Considering all this, Xianxia's blood began to boil, and he no longer hesitated, quietly summoning a needle-shaped artifact as thin as a hair and shooting it towards Yang Kai. This type of artifact didn't have significant lethality, but because it was difficult to see and guard against, it was extremely useful for launching sneak attacks. On top of that, even if its lethality wasn't strong, getting hit by it would deal a great amount of damage. After all, this needle-shaped artifact had a faint green and black glow to it, clearly indicating it was coated in a violent poison. Seeing the needle-shaped artifact coming towards himself, Yang Kai casually lifted his hand and summoned his purple shield. The next moment, a metallic ring sounded from the face of the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. The needle-shaped artifact was completely unable to break through his defense or cause any damage to Yang Kai. However, it had served its purpose. Xianxia throwing this needle-shaped artifact was not to kill Yang Kai, but rather to attract his attention. Xianxia's cicada wings fluttered rapidly in that instant, and his figure disappeared from where he was standing, appearing again only 10 meters away from Yang Kai's side, displaying a truly astonishing speed. With a fierce, smug grin on his face, Xianxia sneered and shouted, "Boy, you're too naive to fight this old master." As soon as his words fell, his shirt burst forth and an invisible quagmire was formed around Yang Kai, causing his actions to freeze. Although shirt was always condensed through a similar process, there were always slight differences between different individuals. Xianxia's shirt contained a faint bloody aura, and those who were engulfed by it would feel as if they had been sunk into a pool of blood, not only making it difficult for a person to move and inhibiting their ability to circulate their Saint Qi, but also making it difficult to breathe due to being submerged in this bloody aura. This bloody aura would then begin drilling into the pores of those caught in Xianxia's shirt, stimulating the violent tendencies in their heart and causing their mental state to become unstable. After being surrounded by this shirt, Yang Kai's eyes quickly turned red and his expression became pained as he tried with great difficulty to breathe. Bai Luo standing next to him was even worse, and she audibly moaned and her body limply fell into his arms. She hadn't healed from her previous heavy injuries, so even moving around was difficult. So how could she withstand Xianxia's third-order origin returning realm shirt? A brat who just broke through to the origin realm dares act so arrogant. This old master will let you know what a real origin realm master is, Xianxia said with great self-satisfaction, stretching out his hand towards Yang Kai as he spoke. The scaled armor which covered his hand at this moment looked grotesque, but it was undeniable that this hand possessed extremely terrifying power. Xianxia's plan was very simple. He was going to use his shirt to subdue or kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. After all, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, he saw that Yang Kai was only a third-order Saint King. So although this boy had already broken through to the origin realm, Xianxia was certain he had not had time to condense his shirt. In other words, aside from his realm having changed from Saint King to origin returning, Yang Kai's strength should not have undergone any kind of growth. Xianxia's strategy of using his advantage to attack his enemy's weakness was no doubt correct. Although his plan was good, Xianxia couldn't possibly have imagined that in such a short time, Yang Kai had already condensed his shirt to the minor accomplishment stage and was no worse than any origin-returning realm master who had been immersed in this realm for many decades. Just as the big hand was about to capture him, Yang Kai's lips suddenly curled upwards as a mocking grin flashed across his face, the look of panic in his eyes completely disappearing and being replaced with incomparable calmness. Noticing this change, Xianxia's instincts suddenly warned him something wasn't right, and an unprecedented sense of crisis struck his whole body. Before he had a chance to figure out whether Yang Kai was simply bluffing or actually had some card up his sleeve, a strange force suddenly burst forth, not only wrapping around Xianxia but also sweeping across his shirt. A cracking sound which seemed to echo in the depths of the heart caused Xianxia's complexion to change dramatically. When this strange force suddenly emerged, Xianxia was terrified to discover that his shirt was disintegrating and could not maintain any semblance of cohesion. At the same time, the surrounding space seemed to twist and distort, giving Xianxia the illusion he had been banished to the void and his body itself was folding over itself unnaturally. That boy Yangkai had been right in front of him a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he now seemed incredibly far away. Impossible! Xianxia cried out in panic as his eyes bulged in disbelief. With Xianxia's vision, he was naturally able to see that Yangkai had also released his shirt and that it was stronger and sharper than his own. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through his shirt. What kind of power is integrated into this shirt? Why is it causing space itself to warp? Xianxia wondered to himself as the hand which was just about to seize Yangkai was unable to advance any further. In Xianxia's eyes, Yangkai's position relative to himself had changed dramatically and he was no longer certain he could kill this boy with this strike. Space Force. Yangkai's shirt had his space force integrated into it, so whenever he released his shirt, the nearby space would undergo some changes. This was something Yangkai had conceived and accomplished with the help of the Emperor pressure before entering the Emperor Garden. Delaying his entry for 10 days had not been a wasted effort. The intensity of the Emperor pressure outside had been so great that it allowed Yangkai to merge his space force into his shirt, and although he had yet to fully integrate the two and master their use, there was no doubt that right now, Yangkai's shirt was far more powerful than that of an ordinary cultivator's. The current situation was a perfect example. This was the first time Yangkai had used his shirt in a fight and he had great expectations for it. He was not disappointed, its effects were truly remarkable. In all fairness, Xianxia's strength was also incredible. He had been a famous figure on Shadowed Star for many years and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. If Yangkai were to fight him openly under ordinary circumstances, killing Xianxia would no doubt be incredibly difficult, especially in this special environment where he had to take care of Bai Luo while being mindful of his opponent's equally powerful ally. The various difficulties he faced in this fight made Yangkai choose to first show Xianxia weakness, deliberately drawing him close. When facing Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's first attack, Yangkai had intentionally summoned the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword to get Xianxia to relax his guard. Xianxia clearly thought too highly of himself and was certain that, without the Dragon Bone Sword and Artifact Spirit, Yangkai was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. It was because Xianxia saw Yangkai unable to use these two cards that he decided to act directly. How could Yangkai miss such an opportunity? Yangkai's figure flickered and by using his space force, he silently disappeared only to reappear directly behind Xianxia. This wasn't some kind of illusion caused by Yangkai moving extremely fast but rather a true instantaneous movement. Within the scope of his shirt, Yangkai could easily accomplish this. Unfortunately, at present, his shirt could only cover about a 300-meter radius. In other words, it was only within this limited range that Yangkai could freely teleport. Still, this in itself was an amazing ability. Xianxia was still maintaining his grasping posture, seemingly not having recovered from this shocking turn of events. Yangkai waved his hand and sent out a jet-black blade-like attack towards Xianxia at astonishing speed. Space Blade. With his opponent being a third-order origin returning realm master, Yangkai was naturally not planning to conserve his strength and was instead intending to end this in one decisive blow. His space blade lived up his expectations and directly sliced right into Xianxia's back, emerging from the other side an instant later. Yangkai wasn't happy seeing this though, and instead wore a look of surprise as he immediately turned to look towards a nearby spot. In the direction he was staring, a distressed figure appeared. It was Xianxia, but at this moment, his face wore a look of fear as his heart pounded loudly, seemingly having suffered some serious damage. At the same time, the Xianxia who had been sliced through from back to front still remained. However, there was no blood flowing out from the wound. Walla Yixing, the wounded Xianxia collapsed into dust and scattered away. Some kind of molting escape technique? Yangkai raised his brow in surprise. Yangkai made a casual guess. After all, this old dog's cultivation technique was called the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art. But what he hadn't expected was that his guess was spot on. This technique of Xianxia's was called the Golden Cicada Molting and was a specialized escape art. Since he began cultivating the Golden Cicada Extreme Demon Art, Xianxia had used this technique to avoid death several times. Just before Yang Kai's space blade struck, Xianxia instinctively sensed a fatal threat and immediately used this secret technique, thereby preserving his life. Although this technique worked incredibly well, there were several harsh restrictions to using it, a severe loss of stamina for one. On top of that, after being used once, it could not be used again for some time. If this was somewhere else, Xianxia may have successfully escaped. But on this ice road, confined in such a narrow space, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't run far. What made Xianxia even more depressed though was that, inside of Yang Kai's Shi, he was unable to accurately judge his position. He thought he had escaped further away from Yang Kai and only needed to look for an opportunity to join forces with the temple master to combat this boy. But after using his molting technique, he discovered that he had only managed to get about a dozen meters away from Yang Kai. Xianxia almost failed to stop himself from cursing out loud. He had never before encountered such a strange Shi. Interesting. Yang Kai grinned treacherously, increasing the intensity of his Shi even further. In an instant, the warped space around him began to slowly collapse. Centered around Yang Kai, within the range of 300 meters, innumerably tiny void cracks began to appear. These void cracks were as fine as hairs, and although they would soon be repaired by the world principles here, they were appearing at an equally fast rate. Looking at the pale-faced, helpless Xianxia, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and immediately clenched his fist, shouting, "Condense!" The void cracks, as if following his order, gathered towards the location of Xianxia, surrounding him like countless tiny snakes, a truly shocking sight to behold. Xianxia was in an incredibly pitiful state. Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder, a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, forced into a desperate situation as a million tiny void cracks wrapped around him from all directions. Knowing there was no way he could run from or evade what was to come, Xianxia's expression finally became panicked and he quickly shouted, "Wait, Sect Master Yang, please show mercy." From all directions, the innumerable void crack approached, horrifying Xianxia. Him begging for mercy was an inevitable outcome. Ordinarily, he wouldn't be afraid of these unstable void cracks and would only need to apply some strength to collapse them and escape. But currently, he was extremely weak after using his Golden Cicada molting. Right now, Xianxia could at most use 30% of his strength. So, he was strong in will but weak in strength. Why would I listen to your nonsense? Yang Kai always adhered to the principle of beating the snake to death to avoid future calamity. So Xianxia was truly out of luck today. The dense void cracks soon engulfed Xianxia and a horrible howling scream rang out. Xianxia managed to condense his remaining Saint Qi to protect his body. But this did little to improve his situation. The Saint Qi Xianxia released to protect himself was banished to the void the instant it contacted the void cracks, swiftly followed by his skin, then his flesh, his bones. Soon after, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder had been sliced into tiny pieces of meat with at least half of his corpse disappearing forever. The two women from Iceheart Valley stared dumbfounded at this scene. They had thought that this fight would be one-sided with Yang Kai possibly even being killed instantly, and had already made preparations for such a worst-case scenario. How could they have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Yang Kai would possess such extraordinary means? The verdant bone sword that transformed into a giant dark green dragon had instantly entangled the beautiful woman, making it impossible for her to worry about anything else, while Yang Kai's Shi alone was enough to allow him to oppress the other enemy master to death. Which cultivation star did this young man come from? Why had they never heard of him before? Possessing such strength and such a strange Shi, the other party should not be some unknown person. Instead, it was almost certain he was some rising star of a great force. However, neither of them had ever heard of such a young man in the star field. While they celebrated, though, they also felt some uneasiness. After all, the two of them didn't have the strength to fight back at this moment, and they weren't clear on what Yang Kai's nature was. If Yang Kai won this battle and decided to kill them, it was likely they wouldn't even be able to resist. For a moment, the two women from Ice Heart Valley felt incredibly depressed. Being no better than a fish on a chopping block really was an unpleasant situation, but they also dared not act at will, worried they would draw Xianxia's attention to themselves. On the other side, Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master was also in a state of shock. She had witnessed Xianxia's tragic death, and it had thrown her heart into a state of chaos for a time. She had never expected Xianxia's combat power to be so astonishing. Even the great elder from her sect was unable to last long in front of him. Didn't this boy just recently break through to the origin returning realm? How did he have such powerful sure? Could it be that Xianxia's information was wrong and this boy had been playing the pig to eat a tiger? Thinking so, the beautiful Demon Blood Temple Master began cursing the recently deceased Xianxia, while secretly regretting that she had provoked such a monster. At this moment, it was taking all her strength just to deal with the giant dark green dragon, so she had no extra energy to deal with Xianxia. The giant dark green dragon was a product of a bone fragment from a true ancient divine spirit, and also incorporated a remnant wisp of a true dragon soul and dragon bead, which gave it a certain level of self-awareness and sentience. So, although it couldn't be compared to the wisdom of the Firebird artifact spirit, not able to understand strategy or tactics, its power was unquestionable. Coupled with the guidance provided by Xianxia Divine Sense, it was fully capable of fighting the Demon Blood Temple Master one-on-one. The beautiful Demon Blood Temple Master was constantly complaining in her heart. Her prided beguiling techniques had absolutely no use against this giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-like artifact had suffered severe damage from the dragon's green mist. The green mist was extremely toxic and corrosive, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact wasn't low, it was unable to resist constant exposure. This woman didn't even dare to release her demon blood threads, lest they be corroded by the dark green dragon as well. At the same time, she had used a portion of her Saint Chi and spiritual energy to resist the terrible chill in this place, making her already bad situation worse. The moment Xianxia died, she immediately had thoughts of retreat. But Xianxia wasn't about to give her a chance to withdraw. Carrying by Luo's limp figure, he flew over while controlling his dragon bone sword with his mind to tie this beautiful temple master down, so he could submerge her in his sure. Demon Blood Temple's glamorous temple master's face flashed a look of horror as she barely managed to dodge a just of poisonous mist before squeezing out a forced smile and calling out, "Little brother, there's no need to take things too far here, is there? We've only just met, so why must you act so ruthless? If you can leave a way out for this lady, she will surely repay you the next time we meet." Aware of how dire her situation was, she immediately changed how she spoke, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Xianxia, but instead acting humble and subservient. "There's no need for me to leave you a way out," Xianxia sneered, "because we won't see each other again." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion sank as her eyes filled with hatred and panic, but she continued to force herself to wear a lovely smile. "Don't say that, little brother. If you can let this lady off, she is willing to become your slave, obeying your every command and ensuring your every desire is fulfilled. Yes? Regardless of anything else, I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. I will be very useful to you." As she spoke these words, her eyes flashed a coquettish light and she pouted her luscious lips attractively. "Slut!" Bai Luo ground her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain flashing across her face. "Sorry, I have no interest in you." Xianxia shook his head and declared with a straight face, "You can die." As he spoke, the space around Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master filled with countless void cracks that swarmed towards her according to Xianxia's will. "If you want to kill me, don't think you'll feel any better." The look on this woman's face changed dramatically. The seductive and sincere look she just had being replaced with a hysterical frenzy as she sent out her 2 demon blood threads and immediately formed a seal with her hands while shouting, "Explode!" An astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly radiated from the 2 demon blood threads and a blinding red light began overflowing from them, like the most beautiful of flowers about to display its final blossoming. However, beneath this beauty lay an endless murderous intent. Yang Kai's complexion changed dramatically and without any hesitation. He summoned his purple shield and used its sandstorm ability to protect himself and Bai Luo. Hong hong. Two loud explosions rang out, deafening everyone in the vicinity for a moment, while causing the entire ice road to tremble violently. The aftermath of this violent pair of explosions destroyed Yang Kai's Shi in an instant and even sent the giant dark green dragon, which had been tying down the beautiful temple master, flying. Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master's 2 demon blood threads had been cultivated and refined by her for many years, absorbing an unimaginable amount of vital essence, so the power of their detonation was naturally enormous. Everything within 1,000 meters was essentially destroyed. At the same time, Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master had disappeared. She had used the chaotic fallout from this explosion to escape. A golden light flashed across Yang Kai's left eye as he scanned the surrounding ice fog, quickly catching sight of the fleeing woman's figure. Her speed was quite astonishing, as in the brief moment she had managed to escape about 1,000 meters and was still desperately fleeing towards the end of the ice road. Seeing this, Yang Kai simply grinned and didn't bother to chase after her, instead standing in place while taking pleasure in her misfortune, waiting quietly as if a good show was about to start. Realizing that she wasn't being pursued, the beautiful temple master was overjoyed. She thought that Yang Kai had been injured in the explosion just now and was unable to chase her, and secretly rejoiced that she had acted decisively enough. Otherwise, it really would have been difficult for her to escape. Just as she thought this, though, she spotted a gray figure suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This figure wasn't very big, only about 1 meter tall, and it had a strange appearance like a stone sculpture. However, what made her suspicious was that this stone sculpture was too lifelike. Its eyes showed a clear look of intelligence, and it was carrying a strange black stick while standing motionless atop a small ice mound like a small stone carving. What is this? Demon Blood Temple's temple master stared at it suspiciously and wondered. At that moment, though, what she thought was a stone sculpture actually stood up from the ice mound and stared towards her, while raising its black stick and seemingly swinging it down at her lightly. This action undoubtedly looked hilarious, because the beautiful temple master was unable to feel any threat from it. In the next instant, however, her face changed wildly. The originally small black stick began extending and suddenly took on an unstoppable momentum, making the temple master feel like a mountain was pounding down towards her. An unprecedented sense of crisis filled her heart, making it difficult for Demon Blood Temple's temple master to even breathe. It was as if in front of this stick, even heaven and earth could be crushed. However, she was a master who had experienced many storms and fought countless battles throughout her life, giving her rich combat experience, so she was instantly able to understand that this stone man was something that Boy had arranged here ahead of time. She then recalled that Jin Shi had mentioned the appearance of a massive stone giant during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain. Could this be? Demon Blood Temple's glamorous temple master didn't dare to waste any time thinking about it, and swiftly bit her tongue to spray out a cloud of blood mist. This blood mist morphed like it had a mind of its own and immediately formed a protective barrier around her. In the next instant, a blood-red artifact armor with seemingly high defensive strength appeared on her tender body. She did not stop at this and quickly summoned a mirror-like artifact which transformed into an invisible barrier directly in front of herself. It was only after she completed these movements that the black stick fell. With a clatter, the invisible barrier was shattered like ordinary glass the instant it made contact with the black stick, reverting to its original form and losing all its radiance before falling to the ground, clearly having suffered catastrophic damage. Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master went completely pale, but before she could react, the black stick landed on her head. The world suddenly went black, and Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master's thoughts completely ceased. Even though she was a third-order origin returning realm master, after taking a direct hit from the stone puppet's heaven-shaking pillar, there was no chance of her surviving. Her whole head burst apart and what remained of her body flew out like a meteor from the terrifying force, smashing against the hard ice a few hundred meters away before exploding in a gorgeous blood flower. Seeing this, Yang Kai curled his lips and showed a satisfied smile. The stone puppet had naturally been released by him in advance. Although it was incredibly cold in this place, the stone puppet wasn't affected at all. Yang Kai's original intention was to let the stone puppet find a chance to launch a sneak attack, which would allow him to end the battle swiftly, but now it had played an unexpected role. Regarding this, Yang Kai was naturally quite happy. If not for the stone puppet standing in the direction Demon Blood Temple's temple master had chosen to flee, it would have taken Yang Kai a lot more effort to kill her. Although, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of any origin returning realm master with his current combat power. If Demon Blood Temple's beautiful temple master were to put her all into fleeing, he wouldn't have had any way to kill her unless he sealed up all her escape routes in advance. Fortunately, her plan had failed. A moment later, the stone puppet jumped up, ran over to Yang Kai, and handed him a space ring. Obviously, this ring belonged to Demon Blood Temple's temple master. Yang Kai took it, swept it with his divine sense briefly, then nodded with satisfaction before storing it away. As the master of a great force, this beautiful woman was naturally quite wealthy. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have time to perform a thorough count of the ring's content right now, so he could only set it aside and wait until after he left the Emperor Garden to inspect it. Looking around though, Yang Kai couldn't find Jin Shi's space ring, so he figured it had been banished to the void by accident, making it impossible to recover. This was not too big a loss, however. It was enough to simply win this battle. At the very least, Yang Kai's original objective here had been achieved. Waving his hand, Yang Kai took the stone puppet back into his black book space before saying lightly, "Let's go." Bai Luo seemed a little distracted and simply nodded before following after Yang Kai as they moved towards the end of the ice road, a strange expression filling her face the whole way forward. She felt that her previous thoughts were too mistaken. When she met Yang Kai earlier and noticed that his cultivation was the same as her own, Bai Luo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai wasn't quite qualified to receive her mistress' affection, and even felt a sense of indignation that Yang Kai hadn't worked hard enough to close the gap between them these past few years, instead allowing it to expand. However, after witnessing this battle, she realized that although Yang Kai's cultivation realm was 2 minor realms lower than her mistress, he was probably comparable to her in terms of true combat strength. In fact, if it had been her mistress here instead, she may not have been able to handle this situation as cleanly as Yang Kai had. Unfortunately, Yang Kai used too many external forces, and although this could also be considered part of his strength, it was still a bit unsatisfactory in Bai Luo's opinion. One's own strength was fundamental. After all, external forces could not continue to support a person in the long term. No one is perfect, however. Even the most beautiful jade had flaws, so even though this smelly man still had some gaps with his mistress, they weren't too big and he was barely qualified. Thinking so, Bai Luo's mood inexplicably became better. With the dangers of this ice road completely eliminated, the two naturally didn't face any obstacles as they moved forward. Soon, Yang Kai brought Bai Luo to a familiar large hall at the end of the ice road. However, he didn't continue immediately and instead turned his gaze back with a slight frown. A short time later, 2 figures emerged from the ice road, the 2 women from Ice Heart Valley. After leaving the ice road and seeing Yang Kai waiting here, the 2 women were slightly stunned and a look of vigilance appeared on their faces. The older of the 2 women stepped forward at that moment and politely asked, "Might I ask for little brother's honored name?" "This mistress is Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley's Tanting He, and would like to offer her sincere thanks for little brother's life-saving grace." Yang Kai observed them lightly for a moment before casually replying, "If you chased after me simply to offer your thanks, it was unnecessary. I had a grudge with those 2 people from long before. Killing them had nothing to do with you." Tanting He smiled bitterly and said, "Although that may be the case, it was clear at a glance that those 2 weren't anything good. If little brother had not killed them, this mistress and her junior sister would probably have met a miserable end. So no matter the circumstances, I ask little brother to please accept this mistress and her junior sister's thanks." Saying so, she unexpectedly bowed her head together with the other elegant woman. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, and he didn't bother trying to stop them. Although he didn't have any intention of saving them, his actions ultimately ended up having that effect. If Yang Kai hadn't intervened when he did, Given Xianxia's personality and behavior, these two women would have lost more than just their lives. Them bowing in thanks was also reasonable. After they expressed their gratitude and didn't see Yang Kai respond. However, the two women's expressions became somewhat awkward as they exchanged glances with one another, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating to do so. Is there anything else? Yang Kai frowned, showing a little displeasure. Given this pair's situation, it would be best for them to find a hidden place to meditate and recover. So why were they insisting on pestering him? Could it be possible that after seeing his strength they wanted to join forces? Or perhaps they wanted to rely on him to protect their safety. Yang Kai had such guesses, but if this was the case, these two were bound to be disappointed. Although these two were quite beautiful, Yang Kai wasn't interested in offering kindness to strangers. Bai Luo alone was enough of a burden for Yang Kai, so he had no plans on taking care of two more wounded women. It's like this. Tan Ting, he brushed her hair behind her ear and looked directly into Yang Kai's eyes as she asked, "May I ask, little brother, if the thing which swallowed that world spirit just now was the legendary ice phoenix ancient divine spirit?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed across his eyes, his expression noticeably darkening. Aware of his displeasure, Tan Ting, he quickly waved her hand and continued, "Please don't misunderstand, little brother. My junior sister and I have no hostile intentions towards you, nor are we in any condition to fight right now. We simply wanted to ask you some questions." "So, what if it is?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Could these two women really be so lacking in propriety? Did they not understand what should and should not be said? If he was a more ill-tempered person, Yang Kai might have killed her for even asking such a question. Hearing his answer, Tan Ting, he smiled happily and asked anxiously, "If it truly is an ice phoenix, would little brother be willing to sell it to my Ice Heart Valley? We can meet any requirement you might have." "Sell?" Yang Kai was stunned to hear this, but instead of getting angry, he just smiled mockingly. "Are you sleep-talking? Even asking such a thing?" Even Bai Luo, who was an outsider to this situation, looked at Tan Ting he sarcastically. This proposal was the funniest joke she had ever heard. What kind of noble existence was an ice phoenix? Yang Kai being able to obtain a wisp of its remnant soul was nothing less than a heaven-defying opportunity. How could he possibly just sell it? Facing Yang Kai's disdainful words, Tan Ting, he wasn't discouraged, however, and instead continued her appeal. "I won't hide anything from little brother. My Ice Heart Valley exclusively cultivates ice attribute secret arts, and the ice phoenix is the divine symbol which all our disciples worship. Therefore, that remnant soul is of unimaginable value to my Ice Heart Valley." "So what?" Yang Kai began to become impatient. If this mistress perception was not mistaken, little brother should not cultivate an ice attribute secret art. So while an ice phoenix is indeed incredibly rare and valuable, it should not be very useful to you. Since you cannot realize its full potential, if you can instead agree to sell it, I can promise you here on behalf of my sect that any condition you raise we can fulfill. Tan Ting, he spoke quickly about her intentions while the other Ice Heart Valley woman nodded beside her. If Yang Kai agreed to this deal, Ice Heart Valley would be willing to pay any price to complete it, which was why they dared make such a declaration without first consulting with the elders of the sect. These two firmly believed that if the elders were to learn about this, they would only rejoice, not complain. "What you said just now I'll pretend I never heard. But if you dare speak one more word, I'll make sure both of you remain inside the Emperor Garden forever." Yang Kai gave them a cold look and threatened with no trace of politeness before pulling Bai Luo and walking off. "Little brother, please consider my offer carefully. If you ever change your mind, come to Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley." Tan Ting, he didn't seem to want to give up and shouted at his back. As soon as her voice sounded though, a golden light flashed towards her, changing halfway from a piercing stab to a whip-like sweep, knocking Tan Ting he several dozen meters through the air before she pounded heavily onto the ground. By the time she looked up, Yang Kai and Bai Luo had disappeared. "Senior sister." The other Ice Heart Valley woman was shocked and hurriedly ran over to help Tan Ting he. "I'm fine." Tan Ting he shook her head slowly, a trace of unwillingness appearing on her face, wanting to chase after Yang Kai, but remembering the strength of the blow she just suffered, not daring to act rashly. She understood that her words had really aroused Yang Kai's murderous intent, and she had only been spared because the other party wasn't innately malicious. It would be unwise to anger such an opponent at this moment, as doing so would be no different from courting death. However, watching a young man who did not even cultivate an ice attribute secret art carry an ice phoenix remnant soul in his body made her extremely reluctant. If that remnant soul could be won by her Ice Heart Valley, it could surely play an incredible role. Why is that man acting so unreasonably? The younger woman pouted indignantly. It's us who were not acting appropriately. Tanting, he smiled bitterly. But senior sister, are we just going to watch such a big opportunity slip away from us? The other woman had obviously not lost heart. What else can we do? Now we can only hope he someday changes his mind. In any case, I've told him what Cultivation Star Ice Heart Valley is based on. So if there comes a day when he is willing to exchange it, he can find his way to the sect. Tanting, he shook her head. Forget it, this matter will end here for now, junior sister. Let's find a place to recover first. Yeah. On the other side, Yang Kai and Bai Luo had left the hall. Although Tanting He's proposal had been rejected by him, and he had even given her a small lesson, Yang Kai's mood was still quite gloomy. This could not be helped, as this Ice Phoenix remnant soul was not his but Su Yan's. It was an invaluable part of Su Yan's inheritance, yet now some outsider wanted Yang Kai to sell it to them. The very notion of it filled him with annoyance and anger. If not for him having no enmity or hatred with those two women, Yang Kai would not have hesitated to kill them the moment they made such a ridiculous proposal. Along the way, Bai Luo remained silent and obedient. She also understood that her being able to walk safely through this crisis-ridden Emperor Garden was completely because of Yang Kai, so she didn't dare to disturb him. Soon, the two arrived in front of a maze, at which point Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he sank into contemplation. He had been to this place once before. When he and Fei Jitu's group had come here that day, they had wandered about inside this maze for a while and gotten lost many times, but thanks to Lian Guang's mouse puppets, finding their way out of the maze hadn't been too much trouble. Now that there were no puppets to use, however, Yang Kai could only rely on his memory. Fortunately, he was barely able to remember the route they walked that day, so even if he was somewhat uncertain, he figured he would be able to recall what choices to make as he progressed through the maze. After a moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stepped into the maze, Bai Luo following without a word. This kind of maze-like terrain often contained numerous barriers and spirit arrays, and now that the Emperor Garden had officially opened, the degree of internal danger had greatly increased. So Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly and continuously used his demon eye of annihilation to check the surrounding environment to avoid accidentally triggering any kind of trap. 2 days later, Yang Kai brought Bai Luo out from the other side of the labyrinth, the two of them showing exhausted and somewhat anxious expressions. Being able to navigate the maze successfully was largely thanks to Yang Kai's memory and a little bit of good luck. Unlike the spirit array traps which had filled the maze previously, Yang Kai and Bai Luo had encountered many ancient puppets this time. These ancient puppets all had different shapes and strengths, but none were weaker than ordinary Origin returning realm masters, the strongest even rivaling peak third-order Origin realm powerhouses and able to cause Yang Kai a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not an ordinary Origin realm cultivator and managed to smash his way through with the help of his Dragon Bone Sword, Firebird Artifact Spirit, and Stone Puppet. The Stone Puppet, in particular, was able to suppress these ancient puppets. After passing the labyrinth, 2 arched gates appeared in front of the pair, one black, one white, both looking very strange. The white gate seemed to be refined from the finest of white jade, while the black one gave off a dark, ominous feel. Beyond the 2 gates was a chaotic void, one that divine sense could not perceive anything from. The surfaces of these gates looked like the calm surface of a lake, completely impossible to read. Bai Luo stared in shock for a moment before calling out in alarm, "A space array gate!" Yang Kai shot her a surprised look and nodded. "Yup, it's good that you actually recognize this. I've seen one before." Bai Luo's expression became dignified. "Which one should we enter? I'll tell you a bit later, we should restore ourselves first." Yang Kai smiled lightly. When Yang Kai came here last time, he, Feiji too, and the others had a long debate over which of these two space array gates to enter. It was a difficult problem, to say the least. After all, most people would be inclined to choose the white gate because black often meant danger and death. However, facts showed that no matter which space array gate was chosen, there was not any immediate danger, only the destination was different. Feiji too and several others had entered the white space array gate that day and had followed a path that led them to a jade coffin where they accidentally triggered one of the Emperor Garden's spirit arrays. Inside that jade coffin, however, there was the figure of a person lying quietly. The starry sky Great Emperor. 10,000 years ago, the Great Emperor had fallen into a deep sleep, and this Emperor Garden was her resting place. Yang Kai had heard all this information from Yang Yan. After all, Yang Yan was the Great Emperor's sole clone, so she had some understanding of these secrets. Yang Kai, Kai He and Du Cc, on the other hand, entered the black space array gate together with the origin-returning realm old lady. It was from there that Yang Kai acquired the heaven-shaking pillar. After half an hour, Yang Kai and Bai Luo finished restoring themselves and stepped towards the black space array gate. Looking at the vague nothingness contained within this gate, Bai Luo could not help feeling nervous and frightened, stretching out her hand and grabbing hold of Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai could not have been calmer as he stepped through the black gate. An indescribable sense of falling while floating enveloped the pair before the sight in front of them blurred. When they recovered, they had arrived at a completely different place. Looking around, Yang Kai smiled happily. They had been transported to the same place he and the old woman had come to after being pulled into the black space array gate that day. "Come with me," Yang Kai called out to Bai Luo before lightly strolling forward, seemingly searching for something. Bai Luo was bewildered but did not ask anything. This was a garden-like area that was filled with flowers, streams, small bridges, and decorative rockeries. A rather unique scenery. Yang Kai paid special attention to the rockeries, shaking his head after examining each one. After searching for some time, though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed towards the location of a certain rockery. There was a faint smell wafting from the direction he ran, one that made anyone who sniffed it feel relaxed and refreshed. Even the heavily injured Bai Luo seemed more energetic after inhaling some of this scent. Soon, Yang Kai reached the rockery, looked down, and saw a familiar-looking shallow pool. Grinning, Yang Kai could not help muttering to himself, "Found it." Bai Luo was now quite curious. A quick glance was all she needed to see that this pool was almost completely dry, with only a few drops of milky white liquid settled at its bottom. The pleasant fragrance from before, however, was coming from this milky white liquid. "What is this?" Bai Luo asked curiously. Yang Kai did not reply directly, and instead reached down and dipped his finger into the milky white liquid before calling out to Bai Luo, "Open your mouth." Bai Luo opened her mouth subconsciously, just long enough for Yang Kai to poke his finger into it. In the next instant, Bai Luo's eyes went wide, and she couldn't help using her little tongue to wrap around Yang Kai's finger and lick off all of the strange liquid. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Bai Luo's complexion became rosier, and not due to shyness. At this moment, she felt the strength of her vital essence increased dramatically and the vitality which she had lost due to her injuries quickly being supplemented. "Sit down, meditate, and start refining it. Don't waste any of it," Yang Kai ordered her with a strange smile on his face. Bai Luo nodded obediently as she looked for a spot to sit down, shooting Yang Kai a rather angry look before she walked off. Both of them were obviously remembering the incident brought on by the impetuousness of their youth which transpired back in Fragrant City inside Shan Qingluo's palace. Although it had been almost 30 years since then, that experience was so vivid and unique. How could they forget it? Especially Bai Luo's delicate little mouth, her thin, tender lips, and her pearl-white teeth she revealed when she smiled. A lethal combination to those who saw it. After Bai Luo sat down cross-legged and began refining the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai excitedly turned his eyes back to the rockery. When he came here that day, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that pure life-revitalizing jade cream should be hidden somewhere inside this rockery, and what he and the other obtained was just a diluted byproduct. Now, it seemed that his guess that day was indeed correct. After all, between Xianxia, the two array masters, and the old woman, they had completely cleaned out the shallow pool here, leaving nothing behind, but when he arrived here today, a few drops of life revitalizing jade cream appeared, which was enough to explain everything. If Xianxia alone wanted to find where the pure life revitalizing jade cream was hidden in this place, it may be a little difficult to do, but fortunately, he had come fully prepared. With a thought, Xianxia released the stone puppet from his black book space, took out a container specially used to hold liquid, and handed it to him before pointing to the rockery. The stone puppet immediately understood Xianxia's instructions, and in the next instant it ran over to the rockery. A strange scene happened next. When the stone puppet's body touched the rockery, it seemed to become intangible and directly integrated into it, disappearing in an instant. However, Xianxia was still able to vaguely perceive the location of the stone puppet and could feel it burrowing deeper and deeper into the rockery, soon advancing more than 1,000 meters away from him. Sensing this, Xianxia simply stood in place, waiting in anticipation. The stone puppet could even tunnel a hole through colored glass 6,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, so it had no trouble with this rockery. After the time it took a stick of incense to burn, the figure of the stone puppet suddenly emerged from the rockery and happily jumped in front of Xianxia before opening its big mouth and spitting out the container. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took the container before sweeping it with his divine sense, a grin forming on his face a moment later. There was a small amount of milky white liquid inside the container, about enough to fill a wash basin. Although it was a liquid, it was extremely thick, at least 10 times more viscous than the life-revitalizing jade cream Xianxia had obtained from the shallow pool. This was no doubt the purest life-revitalizing jade cream, not some half-diluted existence. One of the star field's 3 great divine waters. Xianxia's mood was incredibly good at this moment. He had not expected this trip to go so smoothly. For this excursion to the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had 2 goals. One was the world spirit, while the other was this life-revitalizing jade cream. Although obtaining the former took a little bit of effort, he had ultimately obtained it. As for the latter, Xianxia was able to collect it without encountering any trouble. This was mainly due to the innate abilities of the stone puppet. Without its help, Xianxia estimated that it would have taken him quite some time to find and then retrieve the pure life revitalizing jade cream. But everything was good now. With so much pure life revitalizing jade cream, Xianxia did not have to worry about having enough pure golden blood anymore. Even replacing all of his blood with pure golden blood wouldn't be impossible. After celebrating for a while, Xianxia carefully put away the container of life revitalizing jade cream. Bai Luo opened her eyes at that moment and showed a joyful look on her face. "How do you feel?" Xianxia asked casually. "A lot better. I should be able to fight somewhat now." Bai Luo exhaled softly. She had been together with Xianxia for a few days now, but she was being protected by him the whole time, causing her to feel quite anxious. Although Xianxia had displayed astonishing strength, this was still the Emperor Garden after all, where crisis lay at every turn. One more person's strength was always welcome. Although Bai Luo did not dare say she had fully recovered, at least she would no longer just be a burden. "Where do we go now?" Bai Luo got up and asked. "Follow me. There is something good over there." Xianxia grinned and said calmly. The good thing he was referring to was naturally the stone monument in the place where Qian Tong had been trapped previously. The reason why Qian Tong had brought a young artifact refiner to this place to begin with was to allow that man to study the stone monument, which contained an incredibly profound artifact refining technique. After being ejected from the Emperor Garden that day, that artifact refiner had entered secluded retreat, and not long ago, news spread out that he had become an origin-grade artifact refiner, which in turn showed just how valuable the stone monument was. Since he had arrived at this place, Xianxia was certainly not willing to just ignore this treasure. If possible, he wanted to take away this stone monument. Moreover, if Xianxia was going to find Yang Yan, he needed to leave this place, so he had to pass by the stone monument anyway. Since it was on his way, it should not take him much time to collect it. The place where Qian Tong was trapped that day was not too far from where he was now, so Xianxia simply followed the path in his memories to leave the garden-like paradise he was currently in, then walked down a short 1,000-meter corridor before successfully reaching a grand hall. This was the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, and the stone monument was still standing right where Xianxia last saw it. Yang Kai had thought that no one else would have made it this deep into the Emperor Garden. But when he arrived here, he realized he was mistaken. Not only had someone else made it here, there were a number of people who had. A short distance in front of Yang Kai stood a group of 7 people all staring in a particular direction. Each of these 7 people exuded a powerful aura. There were men and women, old and young, with one youth who stood out from the rest. This young man had a face seemingly carved from the finest jade, luscious red lips, and pearl-white teeth. His skin was so flawless that it would make any woman jealous. At this moment, this young man was showing off a noble demeanor while holding a folding fan. He was the epitome of a young master from a great force who had brought his servants out for a stroll, looking completely relaxed and carefree. Compared with him, everyone else from this group was eclipsed, and Yang Kai's eyes could not help landing on him involuntarily. The moment he saw this young man, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck and wishing he had never come to this place. This was understandable though, as this young master-like character was none other than the one person Yang Kai tried to avoid like a viper, Xueyu. Why is she here? Yang Kai could not help silently screaming to himself. Although there had been many twists and turns on his journey here, in general, things had gone smoothly for Yang Kai. But now to his chagrin, he had met Xueyu in this place. What rotten luck! After entering the main palace of the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had obviously managed to throw this woman off his trail. But now it seemed enemies truly met often along narrow roads. If Yang Kai had known that Xueyu would be here, he would never have come. Unfortunately, inside the Emperor Garden's main palace, Yang Kai could not extend his divine sense more than 100 meters or so, making it impossible to scout out the situation in front of him in advance. What made Yang Kai curious, however, was why Xueyu had come this deep into this place. After seeing this woman, Yang Kai quickly pulled Bai Luo and wanted to take her away quickly. But Bai Luo refused to move and instead stared towards a certain spot, a look of pleasant surprise and relief filling her face as she called out loudly, "Mistress!" As soon as she spoke these words, Bai Luo's tender body flickered and flew forward, leaving behind a pleasant floral fragrance in her wake. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and quickly turned his eyes to discover a woman in a red dress who was staring back at him. When their 4 eyes suddenly met, these 2 suddenly froze up. This young woman seemed to be innately blessed with irresistible charm, her image capable of driving men to madness, her beautiful shimmering eyes capable of enchanting any man's mind, sending them into a spiral of desire they were incapable of extricating themselves from. Her tender body was slim and graceful while her twin peaks were rich and bountiful. Her fiery red dress completely incapable of disguising her seductive figure and instead further outlining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai, this enchanting woman seemed to be struck with disbelief and her body unconsciously began to tremble. "Qing Luo," Yang Kai murmured. Although Yang Kai knew that Qing Luo had also entered the Emperor Garden after meeting Bai Luo, he never expected that his meeting with her would be so dramatic. Under any other circumstance, Yang Kai would be elated, but right now, Yang Kai turned his head to the other side and sure enough found Xueyu staring at him, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing a kind of rage that stemmed from a complicated feeling of love and hate. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he realized that wanting to retreat now was impossible. Forgetting about the fact that Qing Luo was here so he could not just leave. Even if he tried to, Xueyu would certainly not let him go. Although he had not spent long together with this woman, Yang Kai knew she had an incredible desire for control, to the point where what she couldn't subdue, she would destroy. Since Yang Kai desired neither of these outcomes, he had decisively left Rainfall Star, causing the 2 of them to become enemies. The situation right now was very delicate. Yang Kai could not tell exactly what had happened between Qing Luo and Xueyu's group before he arrived here, but it was obvious they were on opposite sides. Qing Luo was currently standing in front of the stone monument containing the artifact refining technique though, so she was probably the first to arrive here and had been studying it. "Ha ha!" Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Third young master, such a coincidence, running into you here. And we meet again." Xueyu smiled towards Yang Kai. Although she had the image of a man right now, her smile still contained an enchanting style which was not much worse than Qing Luo's. So I take it the one who followed this young master into the Emperor Garden was you after all, yes? If I said it wasn't, would third young master believe me? Yang Kai shrugged. What do you think? Shui Yu ground her teeth lightly. Third young master? Do you know this person? An old man with a distinctive-looking beard asked Shui Yu while directing a suspicious look towards Yang Kai. I know him. He's an old friend. Shui Yu's lips curled upwards slightly. Her words sounding so pointed it was obvious to everyone she had a grudge with Yang Kai. The old man nodded slightly as his eyes filled with ill intentions. Regardless of where this boy came from, a trivial first-order origin realm cultivator daring to offend the third young master was destined to die without burial. The old man did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, and was simply waiting for his third young master to order him to remove his head. Ahem. Yang Kai lightly coughed before directing a slightly embarrassed look towards Shui Yu and saying, Can third young master wait a moment? I actually have another acquaintance here that I haven't seen in many years, and would like to say a few words to first. Another acquaintance? You mean this enchantress? Shui Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light before letting out a laugh. I never knew you actually had friends among the monster race, but no matter, be my guest. Saying so, Shui Yu opened her folding fan and gently fanned herself, seemingly completely at ease. Yang Kai gently nodded and without using any kind of movement skill walked over towards Shanqing Luo. The beguiling demon queen had yet to recover from her initial shock, or perhaps this unexpected reunion had caused her to lose the ability to respond. Whatever the case, she stood on the spot, staring towards Yang Kai, her red lips opening a few times, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to, lest she awakened from this dream and he disappeared from in front of her eyes again. Her mood fluctuated wildly as she only became more and more lost. At the same time, Bai Luo had already buried herself in Shanqing Luo's arms and was continuously shedding tears as if she had been extremely wronged. Perhaps infected by Bai Luo's mood, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes also gradually became somewhat moist. With only a few dozen meters having originally separated them, it didn't take long for Yang Kai to arrive in front of Shanqing Luo, and as he got closer, her breathing gradually became more rapid and the trembling of her body became more obvious, her face and even her neck dyeing a deep shade of pink. The sentiment that Yang Kai had inadvertently planted into her soul all those years ago suddenly exploded, making it impossible for her to remain calm in front of him. If there was anyone in this world who could so captivate her, it was undoubtedly Yang Kai. Even when she saw the Red Moon tribal lord that day, she had not felt this helpless. At that time, even if the Red Moon tribal lord had been her enemy, at worst she would have died. But now, Shanqing Luo felt as if her soul was about to melt. The dull sound of Yang Kai's steps felt as if it was pounding on her heart, causing it to beat out of control. All these years, have you been well, Qing Luo? Yang Kai finally asked the question he had been wanting to for so long. He had always harbored some regret towards Shanqing Luo in his heart. After all, since he left the ash-gray cloud evil land to travel to Tongxian realm, he had never been able to see her again. Unlike Su Yan and little senior sister, he thought he would never see Shanqing Luo again in his life. He thought his path would forever be separated from this enchanting woman. But fate was truly unpredictable, and it somehow allowed the two of them to reunite out here in the vast star field. 1,000 words came to mind, making Yang Kai not know where to start. Hearing this familiar voice she had dreamed about for nearly 30 years once more, Shanqing Luo could no longer restrain her emotions and tears began silently dripping down her cheeks as she haltingly spoke. Tell me, is this a dream? It's not. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, and gently wiped her tears away. Shanqing Luo closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. But Yang Kai was still standing in front of her, his big, rough hand still caressing her cheek. This feeling was undoubtedly real, without the slightest trace of illusion. Little bastard! Shanqing Luo grit her teeth and scolded before, in a burst of fragrant wind, leapt forward and plunged into Yang Kai's arms. With such a beauty surrendering to him, even though he was still in a critical situation, Yang Kai could not help feeling somewhat smug, especially when it was a woman like Shanqing Luo. Once she showed any sign of weakness, The temptation she exuded was enough to destroy any man's sense of reason. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically as his face twisted in pain. This couldn't be helped though, as Shan Qingluo at that moment had suddenly gone crazy and viciously pinched his waist and twisted with all her might while she clenched her free hand into a fist and pounded on Yang Kao's chest, seemingly wanting to vent all of the grievances and longing she had suffered all these years. To the eyes of onlookers, this was undoubtedly Shan Qingluo flirting with Yang Kai, but only he knew how heavy-handed this devilish woman was being. Although she had not really hurt him, the pain he felt was quite real. This little enchantress? Yang Kai could not help feeling both dumbfounded and helpless. Things had not ended yet. After silently beating him for a while, Shan Qingluo actually lifted herself onto her tiptoes as her eyes flashed with endless bitterness. Like an abandoned wife who was only seeing her philandering husband after several years, opened her mouth and bit down on Yang Kai's neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 6 Origin Realm Masters surrounding Shui Yu all shook their heads one by one, muttering words like scandalous and highly improper. In front of everyone's eyes, such shamelessness and immorality. This woman was indeed an enchantress, simply without any sense of propriety. And this little brat who was entangled with her was clearly not a good thing either. That much was clear at a glance. These masters could not help wondering how young Master Shui Yu knew such a person. Their third young master had always had a discerning eye and would not make friends with any stray cat or dog, so this type of person should not be placed in his eyes. Enough! Suddenly a loud voice rang out as Shui Yu was unable to watch anymore. If she were to allow these two to continue openly flirting like this, it was clear their actions would only become more excessive. How could Shui Yu tolerate such a display? Although Shui Yu and Yang Kai had once embraced one another naked atop a dead star, that was in a barren place without an audience. So how could it compare to this public display of affection? What's more, seeing Yang Kai not resisting and letting this enchantress act as she pleased caused a deep rage to explode inside Shui Yu, her body trembling with anger as her knuckles whitened. As such, Shui Yu couldn't bear it and loudly shouted to end this farce. After shouting out like this though, Shui Yu also realized that her reaction had been a bit excessive, so she quickly added some righteous-sounding words. Embracing each other in front of so many people, you really know no shame. As she spoke such accusations, she ground her teeth and glared at Yang Kai as if she wanted to slowly peel his skin. My, how frightening. Shan Qingluo patted her twin peaks exaggeratedly, her relaxed expression slowly turning to one of anger as she cast a sidelong glance towards Shui Yu before giggling and turning back to Yang Kai, exhaling an orchid scent as she whispered, "We'll talk more later." Yeah. Yang Kai nodded seriously as he felt relief in his heart. From what he saw, he could tell that Shan Qingluo's mood had calmed down after this little episode. However, after not seeing this enchantress for so many years, it was also clear that her innate charm had become even more astonishing. When she had been staring at him with such pitiful yet fiery eyes, Yang Kai nearly felt his soul get taken away by her. After taking a moment to settle his mood, Yang Kai asked lightly, "Do you have some kind of grudge with them?" "Not at all, it's just, this androgynous boy and I are somewhat incompatible." Shan Qingluo chuckled. "Since you came here with Bai Luo, I assume you've heard my story." "Yes." "Indeed. That's good." Shan Qingluo giggled lightly before giving him a brief summary of her experiences in the Emperor Garden. It was a series of coincidences, starting with her vaguely perceiving that Yang Kai had also entered the Emperor Garden, then her searching for him, leading to her arriving at this deep part of the main palace. After discovering this stone monument, she had paused to study its mysteries, soon after which Shui Yu and her group had arrived. Yang Kai and Bai Luo followed right afterwards though, so she and Shui Yu's people hadn't even had time to fight yet. Yang Kai finished listening to her story and gently nodded while thinking to himself that since these two sides had no hatred between them, it shouldn't be necessary to fight here. Considering all this, he turned to Shui Yu and grinned before proposing, "Third young master, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as an irresolvable grudge. You and I meeting here can be considered a matter of fate. How about we let matters drop for today?" "Good." Unexpectedly, Shui Yu agreed immediately, causing Yang Kai to be stunned. But soon, his brow furrowed. Shuiyu being so accommodating here was extremely unusual. So Yang Kai couldn't help thinking she was planning something. Sure enough, Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai with a smile on her face and continued. Out of consideration for our previous friendship, this young master won't try to embarrass you, so as to avoid others spreading rumors that my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce uses its strength to bully the weak. But what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Don't be so nervous. Shuiyu chuckled as a smug look appeared on her face. I have a simple request. I want one of you to come with me. One of us. Yang Kai's complexion sank. Who do you want? Yang Kai glanced over at Shanqing Luo, subconsciously thinking Shuiyu wanted to vent her anger on this bewitching woman. Everyone present had similar thoughts, including Shanqing Luo herself. After all, she was quite clear on just how powerful her charms were. There had never been a man who could remain completely calm in front of her. So when she heard these words, she couldn't help a smile from blossoming on her face as she let out a burst of pleasant laughter and said, I apologize, young master, but if you want me, then I'm afraid I must disappoint you. This lady already has a precious man, who completely fills her heart, and after dozens of years, we have finally been reunited. So from now on, I refuse to be separated from him. Saying so, she stretched out her arms and linked them with Yang Kai's, pressing her tender body up against his intimately. A strange light flashed across Shuiyu's eyes before she folded her arms and laughed, directing a sarcastic look at Shanqing Luo before saying, Enchantress, don't try to put on a coy act in front of this young master. When did this young master say the one he wants is you? Your skin must truly be thick. She didn't know why, but Shuiyu did not want to let go of any chance to ridicule Shanqing Luo, even though it would have been impossible for her to think this way just a moment ago. Shanqing Luo's cultivation and mental fortitude were quite good, but even she couldn't help blushing in embarrassment at this moment, asking in a somewhat awkward tone, Then who do you want? As she said so, she glanced suspiciously towards Bai Luo, but the latter quickly waved her hands to indicate that she had never met Shuiyu before. The one this young master wants is the man beside you. Shuiyu glared coldly towards Yang Kai, her mouth twitching slightly as she snapped shut her folding fan and pointed it at him. If you stay, I won't embarrass these two women. This young master lives up to his words. Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Kai, all of them wondering what kind of grievance there was between these two men to cause Shuiyu to abandon this beautiful flower-like beauty and instead choose to keep Yang Kai. As long as one was a man, he obviously should have chosen to keep the woman. It seemed this grudge was quite deep, probably on the same level as killing one's father or taking one's wife. The masters around Shuiyu thought this way, but were even more curious about when their third young master formed such a grudge. Why hadn't they heard anything about it before? You want me to stay? Yang Kai's expression became strange. You don't dare. Shuiyu held her white chin, her face filled with arrogance and aggressiveness. Or, could you be afraid? Nonsense, me? Afraid? I've not stolen from or shamed you in any way. You dare say you haven't stolen from or shamed me? Shuiyu instantly became agitated upon hearing these words, her brow tightly furrowing as she glared towards Yang Kai. Realizing the meaning of what he just said, Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh as he faced Shuiyu across a distance of several dozen meters, not knowing what he should say next. Only after a long silence did he sigh and try to persuade. Third young master, a forcefully picked melon is not sweet. Why act like this? You can walk along the high road while I cross the low bridge. Well, water not mixing with river water, each of us living in peace with one another. If you insist on forcing the issue, it will only result in everyone suffering a loss and leaving unsatisfied. Everyone suffering a loss? Shuiyu seemed to have heard the world's funniest joke and mockingly narrowed her eyes. You think you're qualified to say such words now? Whether or not I'm qualified, you can try if you like. Yang Kai smiled deviously. Moreover, it's just a matter of speaking a few words. Do you think you can prevent me? Shuiyu's complexion changed dramatically when she heard this and shouted, You dare! She was an incredibly sharp and intelligent woman. So how could she not understand the threat in Yang Kai's words? The other party's words implied he was willing to reveal her greatest secret. So how could she not become nervous? Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia smiled smugly. In any case, it won't cost me anything, but third young master, you... Heh. His laughter was so meaningful that Shui couldn't help feeling terrified. If you dare do that, you'll certainly regret it. Then everything depends on your attitude, third young master. Xianxia said in a perfectly composed manner, as if victory was already within his grasp. Shui became speechless for a moment, her pretty face filling a cold gloominess. The many masters around her also could not help exchanging glances with one another, all feeling incredibly shocked by the situation. They all knew how fierce their third young master's methods were, but now he was being cornered so thoroughly by some unknown first-order origin returning realm boy's words, as if the other party was just casually toying with him. This had never happened before. Just what kind of hold did this boy have on their third young master that would make the latter so cautious about acting lest innocence be hurt? At that moment, the 6 third-order origin returning realm masters also became curious, all of them secretly hoping that Xianxia would blurt out whatever the secret was, so they could soothe their curiosity. The third young master was a perfect person in their minds, yet such a person apparently had a fatal weak point. Others would become interested in such information. Suddenly, the tense situation came to a stalemate, with Shui's mood fluctuating up and down. This was the first time she had found herself unable to make a choice. She was completely unwilling to let Xianxia and this enchantress leave here. Because of how Xianxia had saved her life, she had not prevented him from leaving Rainfall Star. But afterwards, she had deeply regretted this choice. She felt that no matter what method she used, she should have tied this boy to her and make him become her servant. In this world, except for a few of her closest relatives, only he knew her secrets, so whether it was because of logic or emotion, she didn't want to let him out of her sight. What's more, Shui had complete confidence in her charms. So as long as they were together for long enough, how could she not make him fall for her? At that time, not only would the possibility of her secret being exposed disappear, but she could also firmly capture his body and mind, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So she didn't want to let Xianxia leave. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would see this bastard again. But facing Xianxia's blatant threat, Shui didn't dare to act lest she really forced him into a hopeless situation and he let out her secret in desperation. Thoughts flashed like lightning across her mind. But soon, Shui's eyes lit up and she smiled lightly towards Xianxia. Don't say things just to frighten me. You won't do it. Nonsense, Xianxia declared. Is it? Shui sneered. Then go ahead. Say it if you have the courage. However, the consequences that will happen afterwards, I hope you can live with them. Shui suddenly began acting like a rogue, even shooting a casual glance towards Shan Qingluo as she spoke. Xianxia frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, his face sank. He hadn't considered what fallout would occur if he were to disclose Shui's secret here, but after being reminded by her, he understood. If he really talked, then Shui would have no choice but to silence all the witnesses. In other words, Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo would be regarded as targets to be killed, and even the masters beside her might have to die. After all, to keep such a secret, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce wouldn't care about the lives of a few origin returning realm masters. Seems like you've become much more shameless in the several years I haven't seen you, Xianxia quipped at Shui sarcastically. You as well, Shui chuckled. Don't think you're any better. However, do you truly think this is enough to make me hesitate? Xianxia looked at her with a sneer. You're too naive. Hearing this, Shui's expression changed wildly as she stared at Xianxia in shock. You wouldn't? Xianxia's mouth curled into a grin as he coldly snorted. I said that if you push things too far, at worst everyone will suffer a loss, but it's not too late. Let us leave here in peace, otherwise. Shui's face suddenly turned blue as she never expected Xianxia to be stubborn to such a degree. For a time, she felt aggrieved in her heart and her tender body shivered. She just wanted him to come with her. She had no intention to hurt him and instead wanted to grant him a great opportunity. So why was he refusing her to this extent? Yu couldn't even count the number of people who wanted to follow her. But the one man she was actively extending an invitation to was now rejecting her outright. Why couldn't he understand her pain? Since Yu was born, she had never been forced into such a passive situation besides when facing her father, President AIO. A woman was a woman in the end. Even if she wore the appearance of a man now, she couldn't help being influenced by her feelings. Seeing Yang Kai display an attitude of dying with honor rather than living on in shame, her mood finally settled and she let out a sneer. Do as you please, just remember, once you do, everyone here but you and me must die. As soon as this remark came out, the looks on the six origin returning realm masters' faces beside Yu changed dramatically as they stared towards Yang Kai nervously. Good, good, good. Yang Kai also smiled angrily, waving his arm wildly as he stepped forward and glared at Yu fiercely, opening his mouth and declaring loudly, Listen to me. Your third young master Yu has a huge secret that I will reveal to you now. He was now riding a tiger, so he could only continue forward. Yu closed her eyes slowly and took a deep breath, not showing any intention to stop him, seemingly allowing Yang Kai to do as he wished. On the other hand, the origin returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, each of them suffering in silence. The conversation between Yu and Yang Kai had not been hidden, so each word had been heard by them. By now, they obviously understood that once Yang Kai exposed the secret, they would become implicated. Sometimes, even if a certain thing had nothing to do with oneself, just knowing about it could invite trouble, especially when it came to behemoths like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which had many secrets that could not be leaked out. However, these people's curiosity still somewhat won out over their fear. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo were the same, the two of them both opening their ears and eagerly anticipating what would be said next. Seeing Yang Kai truly want to expose the so-called huge secret, the lead old man who stood beside Yu couldn't help crying out in anger, Shut up! How could he just stand by and watch this happen? He needed to stop Yang Kai before he could say anything, so as he shouted, his body flickered and he flew towards Yang Kai, swooping down on him like a great phoenix, his aura full of imposing might. Yang Kai didn't even glance at this old man though, instead gritting his teeth and shouting, Your third young master Yu is in love with me, and deeply in love. When this astonishing revelation came out, the entire world seemed to shake. Everyone was stunned. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands as they glanced between Yang Kai and Yu, a strange light flashing across their beautiful eyes. The old man who was flying towards Yang Kai actually staggered and fell to the ground, his immense killing intent instantly evaporating, his eyes bulging as he landed. Everyone else was no better off, their faces filled with utter shock. This news was simply explosive. Impudence! The beautiful woman beside Yu cried out furiously. What kind of honored person is third young master? Beautiful women surround him wherever he goes. How could he? As the beautiful woman shouted, she cast a glance towards Yu secretly, but what she saw was a pale face that was showing a look of total surprise. But there was also a hint of embarrassment and shame present, as if something that never should have been known had been exposed. It can't be, right? The beautiful woman's heart clenched. Beautiful women surround him wherever he goes? Yang Kai sneered. Tell me then, which beautiful woman has he ever shown affection towards? What beauty has he ever shared a night with? After hearing Yang Kai say this, the six origin returning realm masters all became dumbfounded. Thinking back carefully, they discovered that this was indeed the case. The third young master always acted humble and courteous to everyone with a smile more refreshing than a spring breeze. His mere presence was enough to fascinate any young woman or girl. He was simply the most desired man in the entire star field. He never lacked for women. In fact, there would always be beauties trying to win his affection no matter where he went. But never once did he have any intimate contact with any of these women, let alone spend the night with one. All of them had thought the third young master simply had excellent self-control and was staunchly defending his righteousness. But now, thinking again about the conversation between the third young master and Yang Kai just now, about how a forcefully picked melon was not sweet, and how their third young master had insisted on Xianxia remaining while giving up on the beautiful enchantress standing next to him. Everyone became at least 70 to 80% certain what Xianxia said was the truth. Could the third young master really have such special tastes? Glancing over at Xueyu, and seeing his face flushed bright red, a clear look of guilt covering his expression, the beautiful woman was unable to say anything more, simply feeling deep regret in her heart. How could such a superb young man like other men? The expressions of the other masters were basically the same. These people had each lived many years and were incredibly observant and insightful. So Xueyu's current expression and attitude were enough to illuminate the truth. A peal of breathless laughter suddenly rang out as Shan Qingluo could no longer help herself. When this laughter entered Xueyu's ears though, it only made her feel even more awkward and ashamed, making her want to find a hole in the ground, crawl inside, and never appear again. Although she was a woman in truth, the outside world only knew of her as a man, so such words being said by Xianxia were incredibly disgraceful to her. However, she was unable to refute them either, causing her tender body to shiver uncontrollably as her blood boiled. Xianxia's move just now had exceeded her expectations. She had never expected him to be shameless to this extent, not even caring about his own reputation. You're actually so wicked. Xueyu's face twitched as veins became visible on her forehead. Ground her teeth. She glared at Xianxia and screamed, "You dare slander this young master? Whether it's slander or not, I know and the heavens know." Xianxia laughed like a wily rascal. "Arg!" Xueyu's body trembled slightly as she ground her teeth and waved, "Capture them. Especially that shameless bastard. This young master must rip his mouth off and let him taste the world's most brutal torture." The origin returning realm masters heard this and gawked before silently complaining to themselves. The third young master had never given out such benevolent orders before. Usually, he only called for his enemies to be killed ruthlessly, but he wanted them to capture these three alive today, so he obviously wasn't willing to hurt them. It seemed the words this little brat spoke really were not slander. Otherwise, why else would the third young master allow them to live after being angered to such a point? Furthermore, if it was truly just slander, given the third young master's demeanor, he would not have even paid it any mind, much less gotten angry. The six third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other, and all felt that this matter had become a bit tricky. But the lead old man eventually collected himself and shouted, "Pardon our offense." Saying so, he along with the other masters swarmed towards Xianxia and Shan Qingluo, summoning their artifacts and releasing their secret techniques. Although their manner was fierce, they did not display any murderous intent, simply trying to complete Xueyu's order and capture these three alive. Originally, they thought that with their numbers and strength, capturing these three wouldn't be the slightest bit difficult, with only the third-order origin realm enchantress possibly giving them some trouble. However, as the fight progressed, these masters discovered that their thinking had been too naive. This enchantress was quite extraordinary and cultivated some kind of profound secret art that allowed her to use the surrounding world energy in combination with her own Saint Chi to form a massive spider web which covered the entire hall. She was able to easily move about this web, but for others each time they touched even a strand of its silk they would immediately be restrained, greatly impeding their mobility. In fact, just after the fight began, one of them had been caught up in this web and transformed into a giant dumpling, unable to escape even now. This woman having such strength, however, could be accepted. After all, she did possess such cultivation. The young man named Xianxia, however, was the truly astonishing one. Obviously, he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but every move he made had incredible power behind it, especially the golden silk threads that shot from his hand and were capable of cutting through sure. He also had a giant fiery red bird which circled overhead, a stone giant which swung around a jet black stick, and a sword which transformed into a giant dark green dragon. All on his own, Xianxia was fighting three third-order origin returning realm masters evenly. This young man was extraordinary. No wonder third young master Xueyu was willing to abandon gender distinctions and hold affection towards him. On the other hand, Bai Luo was the most inconspicuous, hiding behind the layers of spider threads the moment the battle began and concealing her aura to the point where no one could find her. At most, she would occasionally launch sneak attacks from her hiding place before quickly disappearing once more. Shui Yu observed all this from a distance with a bitter smile on her lips, giving praise where praise was due. While Yang Kai's words just now had thoroughly angered her, she was still somewhat thankful to him for not revealing her actual secret. It was for this reason that Shui Yu did not want to take things too far. At this moment, standing back and watching, she found that Yang Kai's growth after more than a decade had actually been more terrifying than she imagined, causing her to become excited and strengthening her desire to bind him to her side. Such a talent could only be trained properly if they joined Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and accompanied her. Only then would he have a broader, brighter future. As for that enchantress, Shui Yu's eyes turned to Shanqing Luo, and a look of unwillingness filled her face. During the time she was with Yang Kai, she had learned that he had other women in his heart, so she mistakenly thought that Yang Kai leaving Rainfall Star was because of Shanqing Luo at this moment. Shui Yu wanted very much to fight Shanqing Luo one-on-one right now so that she could show Yang Kai who was the better woman. But if she were to do this, it was quite likely that his opinion of her would only become poorer, causing Shui Yu to hesitate while bitterness filled her heart. While Yang Kai, Shanqing Luo and the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce Masters engaged in an extremely fierce battle, episodes of bloodshed and murder also continued throughout the Emperor Garden. Even Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters were unable to guarantee their safety. Although everyone knew that there were many crises spread throughout the Emperor Garden, compared to such dangers, the hidden opportunities here still motivated them to explore. Countless cultivators from numerous cultivation stars entered the Emperor Garden, and when they encountered strangers from foreign lands, fights were inevitable, often leading to situations where one group triumphed while the other was exterminated. Elsewhere, great, inextinguishable flames roared, flames so hot that even Third-Order Origin returning Realm Masters could not easily resist them. However, none of these flames were real, instead just part of a profound illusion array. Regardless, the cultivators trapped inside this illusion array felt that these flames were all real. At this moment, 3 Origin Realm Masters were sitting cross-legged in this place, releasing their Saint Chi in unison to form a protective shield to resist the terrifying flames. They had been trapped here for 4 or 5 days but were still unable to escape from this illusion array. They had consumed countless Saint crystals and pills during this time but were unable to keep up with the consumption. Meanwhile, the flames around them continued to gather like vicious snakes, and as time passed, their situation became more and more critical. Finally, one of the 3 completely ran out of Saint Chi and the section of the protective shield he had been supporting for the past few days burst like a bubble. This man's complexion changed drastically, while the other 2 let out panicked shouts while desperately urging their own strength to try to repair the gap in the barrier. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. The 3 of them working together had barely been able to protect themselves. But now that one of them had been thoroughly exhausted, the surrounding flames instantly drowned them like a raging tide. Screams rang out but soon subsided. After the flames dissipated, only 3 skeletons remained. There were no obvious wounds on these skeletons, but there was also not a trace of their vitality either. This was the danger of an illusion array. Back in the labyrinth that Yang Kai had passed through before, a group of cultivators from a certain sect huddled together as they fought a fierce battle. They weren't fighting living creatures, however, but were instead facing a group of ancient puppets unique to the Emperor Garden. The energy fluctuations emitted by each of these puppets was equivalent to a master in the Origin returning realm, with some even matching masters of the Third Order. Even if these puppets weren't sentient, and the way they fought was quite clumsy, their numbers were shocking. In all fairness, this sect's force also had a large number of cultivators, 5 in total, each with considerable strength. But in this strange maze-like terrain, surrounded by countless puppets, there was simply no way for them to survive. Their battle lasted for half a day, with the ground being littered with fragments of various defeated puppets and numerous bloodstains. One after another these cultivators were killed off by the puppets, and after half a day, the labyrinth fell silent. This unknown sect's cultivators had been wiped out. After not detecting the aura of any living people, the puppets silently dispersed, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Many cultivators died to the various spirit arrays and ancient puppets in the Emperor Garden. However, the number of people who died due to fighting other cultivators was even higher. Often, the appearance of a certain treasure could trigger a bloody storm. In the Emperor Garden, there were no rules or morals at all, only the strong had the right to speak. Whoever's fist was biggest was safest, as cruel and bloody battles happen almost constantly. If a powerful master could fly over the Emperor Garden and look down, though, they would notice that it was a huge octagonal-shaped palace with the buildings inside it all being placed following some mysterious law, as if they were small parts of a greater whole. At this time, in the very center of the Emperor Garden, two women stood quietly. One was wearing a black robe and seemed quite mysterious, while the other radiated a noble and dignified air. This noblewoman also pulsed with an astonishing aura that identified her as a peak third-order origin returning realm master. But she stood 300 meters behind the black-robed woman with a look of utmost respect on her face. Yang Yan and Yi Shiyun. No one knew when they came to this central palace, let alone what they wanted to do here, but judging from their neat clothes and calm expressions, it was apparent they hadn't encountered any danger on their journey here, much less engaged in any fighting. The Emperor Garden seemed to not guard itself against them, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. The palace they stood inside was extremely spacious, with a radius of more than 1,000 meters. There was only one thing in this palace, a small white jade crystal coffin without any kind of power or aura. But this white jade crystal coffin was floating mid-air, a very strange phenomenon. Yang Yan stood in front of the white jade crystal coffin, staring into it silently with a complicated expression. A person was lying inside this crystal coffin, and from its figure, it was clearly a woman, one whose face was identical to Yang Yan's. If Yang Kai had been here, he would instantly be able to recognize the identity of the woman lying in this crystal coffin. The Starry Sky Great Emperor, the powerful existence that 10,000 years ago unified the entire star field and whose legend still resounded today. The Star Emperor tokens she refined were treasures that every great force coveted, and any force which obtained one would regard it as a part of their foundation, not daring to use it easily. Only if their force was met with a life or death crisis would they bring out their Star Emperor token and release the divine ability sealed inside of it by the Great Emperor. She was supreme, able to cover the heavens with a single hand, the strongest in all the star field. However, no one knew that the famous Starry Sky Great Emperor was a woman. Perhaps her gender had been lost to the long river of history, or perhaps no one had ever seen her true face, but that did not impede the spread of her legend. Looking at the woman in the crystal coffin, Yang Yan felt as if she was looking into a mirror. Their bodies and appearances were identical, with only their temperament being different. Even in deep sleep, the face of the great emperor revealed a kind of inviolable and overwhelming majesty that made one feel it was a sin to even gaze upon her. "So this is what I looked like," Yang Yan whispered softly. "Madam," Yi Shiyun called out, thinking Yang Yan had something she needed to tell her. "It's nothing," Yang Yan replied lightly. "I was just talking to myself." Yi Shiyun didn't dare to say any more, lowering her head and standing in place. Yang Yan inhaled gently before sweeping her eyes around and sighing lightly. This transcendent soul-summoning grand array should almost be ready to activate. At this moment, inside this huge palace, on its floor and walls, complex and esoteric runes continued to flash. As these runes lit up, the entire palace gradually flooded with a mysterious power. Where Yi Shiyun stood, she could faintly hear a beautiful rhythm brush past her ears, seemingly calling out to her. In fact, she even felt the urge to have her soul avatar leave her body to chase after this entrancing music. Having this thought, Yi Shiyun couldn't help breaking out into a cold sweat. One's soul avatar was extremely fragile and was generally hidden inside their knowledge sea. A cultivator would generally not have their soul avatar leave their body unless they encountered an extremely dangerous situation, because once they did so, if they could not find a suitable carrier, their soul avatar would dissipate and disappear from the world within half a day. This transcendent soul-summoning grand array was something Yi Shiyun had never heard of before, and she didn't know what kind of magical use it had, but she was able to infer from her current situation that it was somewhat related to awakening the Great Emperor. When a cultivator fell inside the Emperor Garden, The number of illuminated runes in the palace where Yang Yan was located also increased, as if the transcendent soul-summoning grand array here was somehow fueled by the deaths of the cultivators outside. Yang Yan couldn't have done such a thing, but the great emperor could have. The Emperor Garden had been opened to the entire star field, but any cultivator who entered this place did so with the foreknowledge that they may fall. They had come here seeking great treasures, so they naturally understood there would be risks proportional to such rewards. No one forced them to enter the Emperor Garden. Everything was voluntary. So if they fell here and became the source of power for the transcendent soul-summoning grand array, they had nothing to complain about. What did it matter if some people died so she could recover? In the eyes of the great emperor, these origin-returning realm masters may not even be any different from ants. Seeing that there were a dozen runes left inside the palace that were not lit, Yang Yan couldn't help turning her head and glancing at the entrance once more. Unfortunately, it remained empty, with no sign of anyone coming. Even seeing him one last time had become impossible. Yang Yan had never felt that time was passing so quickly, like it was just the blink of an eye before all the runes in the palace lit up and the transcendent soul-summoning grand array arranged here burst into motion. One rune after another leapt out from where it was engraved and in a brilliant and dazzling display rushed towards Yang Yan's tender body. When this happened, Yang Yan couldn't help showing a pained look. Yi Shiyun obviously saw this, but she knew there was nothing she could do to help, as even moving her fingers under the immense pressure was incredibly difficult. She had become nothing but an observer who could only bear witness to this thrilling, historic moment. "Elder Yi!" Yang Yan's shout suddenly echoed. Yi Shiyun responded quickly, "Yes. No matter what I become in the future, make sure you assist Yang Kai well." Yi Shiyun was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, "This subordinate will obey Madam's command." Yang Yan's order was equivalent to that of the great emperor, so Yi Shiyun would unquestioningly execute it. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyun seemed to see a joyful smile before the brilliant radiance completely engulfed Yang Yan's form in a ball of light that in the next instant shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, leaving no sign of Yang Yan behind. The next moment, the entire palace returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened before. All the lit runes dimmed, and the transcendent soul-summoning grand array also stopped. Only Yi Shiyun remained inside the palace with the crystal coffin suspended mid-air. "Madam!" After waiting for some time, Yi Shiyun overcame her hesitation and called out anxiously. A soft sound came from the white jade crystal coffin, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure centered on it burst forth, spreading like a great wave. At first, this pressure wasn't too strong, but in the blink of an eye, it reached an intensity that even Yi Shiyun was unable to bear. She couldn't help dropping to her knees and falling onto the ground, without even the ability to lift her head. Emperor pressure. At the same time, in the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, the battle between Yang Kai, Shan Qing Luo and the masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce continued. Strictly speaking, the 6th Third-Order Origin returning realm masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce were not weak, and their respective artifacts were also quite powerful. On top of that, they were all familiar with one another and were able to exert even greater combat effectiveness by cooperating. However, neither Yang Kai nor Shan Qing Luo was ordinary either. One regarded fighting across realms to be commonplace and had many external helpers on hand, while the other had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity to absorb the source strength of a heavenly moon demon spider. Neither could be judged by common sense. Therefore, even if Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side had an advantage in numbers, they were unable to take Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. In the beginning, they were afraid of hurting Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, so each of them had held back their strength somewhat. But after discovering that the situation had far exceeded their estimations, they realized if they did not use their full power, they would be the ones defeated. As such, they quickly went all out, but even so, they were still unable to triumph. The entire palace was filled with chaos, as the light of various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, while the surrounding world energy aura violently churned. Even the stone monument containing the profound artifact refining method was not spared. Although Yang Kai had tried to avoid the area where it was located during the battle, the others present had no idea of its value, so it soon cracked and, at the rate things were going, it would not be long before it broke entirely. This caused Xianxia to feel a great deal of regret as he understood that the artifact refining method inscribed on this stone monument was incredibly profound, a rare treasure. But with things having gotten to this point, Xianxia was helpless to change the outcome. Xianxia, it's not too late for you to pledge allegiance to this young master, otherwise, this young master will definitely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Xueyu saw that the situation had become tricky and couldn't help calling out. In your dreams. Xianxia laughed boisterously, refusing to even entertain the idea. Then you force my hand? Xueyu ground her teeth and steeled herself, forming a series of complicated signs with her hands as she began drawing in the nearby world energy. The face of the beautiful woman and the other masters who were fighting Xianxia and Shanqing Luo changed greatly, all of them exchanging a look of amazement, as if they knew what secret technique Xueyu was planning on using. Immediately, all of them used feints to open up some distance with the opponents before shooting looks of pity back at Xianxia and Shanqing Luo. Xianxia's expression also became serious, although he knew that Xueyu had become angry out of shame and was probably not thinking logically anymore. Whatever method she was about to use was not trivial. Unfortunately, in this place, trying to run was basically impossible, so he could only resist it head-on. He didn't believe that Xueyu could display some kind of divine skill capable of killing him in one fell swoop. What's more, he sensed no murderous intent coming from this woman. So clearly, she just wanted to see him suffer some pain. As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Xianxia prepared his defenses. A moment later, Xueyu let out a low shout, and the surrounding world energy madly poured into her. The next instant, a strange monster beast phantom suddenly appeared above her head. This monster beast's body was covered with thick dark hair, had bright energetic eyes, and a long single horn extending from its forehead. When Xianxia saw this creature, his eyes unconsciously narrowed. For some reason, he actually felt threatened by this monster beast illusion, something he had not experienced since entering the Emperor Garden. Shanqing Luo, on the other hand, called out in alarm, "Xiaji!" She seemed to recognize what this monster beast was. But that wasn't surprising since the monster Emperor star she was transported to was a cultivation star whose population was 90% monster beast and monster race. After so many years in such an environment, there were likely few monster beasts Shanqing Luo did not recognize. Woman, your eyesight isn't bad. Actually able to recognize this young master's symbiotic monster spirit. But what of it? If you surrender now, this young master would be willing to forgive your former slights and will settle for just torturing that bastard. As for you, you can remain by this young master's side as a concubine. And your beauty isn't bad, so you can barely qualify to serve this young master. Xueyu still wanted to persuade them to surrender. Obviously, she knew how powerful this divine skill of hers was, and that she was not fully able to control it, causing her some concern about injuring Xianxia and Shanqing Luo badly. A symbiotic monster spirit. Shanqing Luo's beautiful eye shrank for a moment before she let out a pleasant giggle again. It seems I've underestimated your Hong Luo Chamber of Commerce. You're even able to obtain this kind of thing. But so what? You want this queen to serve as your concubine? You should keep such nonsense to yourself. But Xianxia just frowned. Even he had heard about symbiotic monster spirits. One needed to take the blood essence of a powerful monster beast and refine it into their body with a profound secret technique. Then after a long period of accumulation, one would be able to use that monster beast's abilities and even summon a phantom image of it to oppose enemies. This too was a type of external boost, but ordinary cultivators were generally incapable of using it because even if they had the aptitude to cultivate such a technique, finding a suitable monster beast's blood essence was impossible. The might of this secret technique depended entirely on the level of the monster beast blood essence used. The Xiaji was a kind of variant ancient divine spirit that had exceptional fighting prowess. Of particular note was its longhorn, which was no less powerful than an Origin King-grade artifact. Using its blood essence to cultivate this secret technique was more than appropriate, and from the aura Xueyu gave off, it was clear she had been cultivating it for many years. With this symbiotic monster spirit assisting her, even if she was just a second-order Origin realm cultivator, She could be considered invincible in the entire origin realm, so her confidence was not without reason. Xianxia only wondered when she had successfully cultivated this technique though, since he had never seen her resort to it when they were together all those years ago. When Shanqing Luo's cynicism reached her ears, Shuiyu's expression darkened as she muttered, "You really insist on opposing this young master?" "Opposing?" Shanqing Luo covered her mouth and smiled, winking coquettishly. "Little young master seems to take himself far too seriously. It seems elder sister will have to teach you a lesson, lest you fail to understand the immensity of heaven and earth." The tone Shanqing Luo took, like an elder scolding a junior, truly annoyed Shuiyu. With the two women fighting like this, Xianxia couldn't even insert a word and was relegated to standing back and watching helplessly. As for the masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they too had strange expressions. Their third young master was competing with this enchantress over a man. If word of this ever spread out, it would be an astonishing scandal. Many of these masters even considered whether they should commit suicide here and now to avoid future trouble. Fine then. Please let this young master see who of us doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and who is the one shamelessly boasting. Shuiyu was thoroughly angered now, and with a wave of her hand sent the nearly corporeal Xiaji phantom roaring forward towards Shanqing Luo. Xianxia's complexion sank and wanted to intervene, but in the next instant, he saw Shanqing Luo's tender body flicker and step forward as a massive 8-legged phantom appeared behind her. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Without gathering the surrounding world energy, without using any kind of technique, this phantom image had mysteriously appeared before everyone's eyes, its entire body a flawless silvery white with a half-moon mark adorning its forehead. Although it was objectively a terrifying and hideous sight to behold, everyone who saw this spider at this moment was unable to think so, instead feeling like this giant spider was extremely beautiful. This contradictory feeling caused everyone to feel quite uncomfortable. Monster Chi soared to the heavens, causing the surrounding world to tremble and quake. "This is..." Shuiyu's complexion changed dramatically as she stared towards this massive white spider in a daze, an uneasy feeling gripping her heart. However, the arrow had left the string now, and with the Xiaji phantom already pouncing towards Shanqing Luo, even if Shuiyu wanted to take it back, she couldn't. "Go!" Compared to Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo was undoubtedly calmer, and with a light wave of her hand, the heavenly moon demon spider phantom behind her moved its 8 legs and quickly met the Xiaji phantom head-on. One was an ancient divine spirit, while the other was a variant ancient divine spirit. Although the difference between the two wasn't exactly small in terms of grade, they weren't living creatures after all, so the strength they could display was more dependent on the abilities of their controller. Therefore, in terms of momentum, the Xiaji and Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Phantoms were basically on par. In the blink of an eye, the two illusory figures collided. One black, one white, neither one able to overwhelm the other. Indistinct roars and whining noises could be heard as the two creatures clashed, releasing shocking energy fluctuations all around. Almost everyone present became unstable on their feet, as if they were riding aboard a small boat in a great storm, only able to drift with the ocean's flow. Xianxia, however, remained perfectly calm and steady. The aura that his verdant dragon bone sword was invisibly radiating was able to resist the terrifying coercion coming from this intense battle, allowing Xianxia to stay unaffected. At a rate visibly to the naked eye, the black and white phantoms' clusters shrank, obviously a result of the amazing consumption they were experiencing during this battle. After only a dozen breaths or so, the two opposing colored light halos merged and the figures of the Xiaji and Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were no longer visible. The next moment, a terrifying burst of energy spread out, carrying with it a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering force. Everyone's complexion changed drastically, and they all hurriedly summoned their defensive artifacts to resist the fallout from this blast. Even so, one after another, figures were thrown out and tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground in extremely embarrassing states. No one had imagined that the battle between the Xiaji and Heavenly Moon Demon Spider would be so violent and end with a kind of mutual destruction. Shuiyu's face was pale while Shanqing Luo's vitality also seemed somewhat unstable. The sound of something shattering suddenly rang out at that moment, and the stone monument containing the profound artifact refining method at the center of the hall was finally unable to bear the impact of the chaotic energy waves and burst apart. Amidst its fragmented remains, however, something else was mixed in and flew out towards Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow, and with a quick flick of his wrist grabbed the object which was flying over towards him. When he examined this item, he found that it was a palm-sized stone tablet with some complicated ancient text engraved upon it. At first glance, Yang Kai was unable to recognize what this thing was. Inside the stone monument, which contained a profound artifact refining method, there was something else hidden, a discovery that surprised Yang Kai greatly. Nearby, however, Xueyu, who was still somewhat pale-faced, suddenly showed a look of pleasant surprise when she spotted the stone tablet, her eyes instantly fixing onto it and refusing to move. "Yang Kai, give that thing to me," Xueyu suddenly called out. "Why?" Yang Kai shot a glance over at her before quickly stuffing the stone tablet into his space ring. Although he did not know what this stone tablet was, since it had been so deeply hidden here, obviously it was no small matter. Xueyu should have also understood this, and possibly even recognized the ancient text engraved on it. Otherwise, she would not have been so excited. "Just give it to me," Xueyu said anxiously. "That thing is of no use to you." "How do you know it's of no use to me?" Yang Kai declared indifferently. "Give it to me first, and I'll explain when I have a chance later. As long as you hand that stone tablet over, this young master will withdraw and no longer trouble you. The grievances between you and I will also be wiped clean." Xueyu stared at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai's expression finally changed, becoming more and more curious. How valuable must this stone tablet be that it could make Xueyu offer such concessions? Although Yang Kai was certain that whatever secrets this stone tablet held were incredibly shocking, he did not suspect that Xueyu was deceiving him. Since she said it was useless to him, it almost certainly was. Although Xueyu was extremely possessive and possessed astonishing means and abilities, she was not someone who liked to lie. Because of her innate arrogance, she simply disdained to deceive others. About this point, Yang Kai believed his judgment. In all fairness, it would not be a loss to exchange the stone tablet of unknown purpose for Xueyu's promise. Seeing Yang Kai become tempted, Xueyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, "This young master is always true to his word. About this you don't need to doubt. Everyone here can testify to this. Can I ask what use this thing has?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Xueyu's face, but after a short pause, she opened her lips and sent a quiet message directly to his ear. "I can't tell you exactly what it's for, but I can tell you that not only is it useless to you, it's also useless to me and every other cultivator in the entire Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's eyes shrank. Although Xueyu did not explain anything directly, her remarks were intriguing enough. Most of the cultivators in the Emperor Garden were origin-returning realm masters, many of whom had reached the third order, so this stone tablet being useless to all of them could only mean one thing. Only Origin King realm masters could use this stone tablet. No wonder Xueyu was willing to make such a promise. This thing's value was not small. Any treasure that was exclusively for Origin Kings must have inestimable value, but Yang Kai had only just broken through to the Origin Returning Realm and was still extremely far away from the Origin King realm. What's more, he had so many rare treasures already, as well as an incredibly rich background, so he may not even care about the secrets hidden in this stone tablet. Considering all this, Yang Kai began leaning towards accepting Xueyu's offer and hesitantly asked, "Can I believe your words?" "Yes," Xueyu declared solemnly. "Good. I hope you mean what you say." Yang Kai nodded gently and was just about to toss the stone tablet to Xueyu. But at that moment, a change suddenly took place. All of a sudden, an abnormal energy fluctuation filled the air like an invisible ripple, sweeping over everyone and everything in an instant. Yang Kai was quite awfully familiar with this kind of energy fluctuation by now, and it caused his complexion to change dramatically when he felt it. Rushing towards Shan Qingluo at that instant, he called out loudly, "Qingluo!" Shan Qingluo hadn't realized what was going on yet, but seeing Yang Kai rushing over to her so eagerly, she couldn't help smiling and stretching out her jade white hand towards him. But in the next moment, her expression changed sharply because she saw a huge palm formed of ambient world energy suddenly appear behind Yang Kai. This palm should belong to a woman, because although it was massive, it had a slender and beautiful appearance, like a flawless jade carving that had been enlarged thousands of times over. Swooping down from above, it grabbed towards Yang Kai. No! Shan-Qing Luo's beautiful face lost all color as she screamed out in panic. The moment her voice rang out, though, the flawless jade hand grabbed hold of Yang Kai and burst into particles of light, disappearing along with Yang Kai before everyone's eyes. Before she could figure out what happened, Shan-Qing Luo heard panic screams from all directions. Looking around, she could not help gawking for a moment because right now, everyone was facing the same fate as Yang Kai. Giant palms formed by the ambient world energy were grabbing hold of everyone, bursting. Then as space distorted, figures were vanishing. Shan-Qing Luo instinctually raised her head to the sky and found that even her situation was the same. By the time she recovered her wits, Shan-Qing Luo realized she had returned to Monster Emperor Star. Somewhere on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai stood in a daze, staring down at his palm. On his fingertips, there seemed to be a touch of Shan-Qing Luo's lingering heat, and the tip of his nose still smelt a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, stimulating his emotions even now. Only after some time did he raise his head and sigh. Although they had been forcefully separated again so soon after they reunited, at least Yang Kai was certain that Shan-Qing Luo was alive and well, which for now was enough. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Emperor Garden to cause its world principles to suddenly eject him, but since he had been sent out, everyone else must have as well. Considering all this, Yang Kai looked up and found that high in the sky, the massive and majestic Emperor Garden was still present, appearing just as it always had with the exception of the jade platforms which had now disappeared. Yang Kai estimated that it would be impossible to re-enter the Emperor Garden again. Yang Kai did not know exactly what happened in the Emperor Garden, but he figured it was somehow related to Yang Yen. She had said that on the day the Emperor Garden opened, the true body of the great emperor would awaken, so presumably, everything had gone well with her and Yi Shiyun. If all had gone well, then the body of the great emperor should have awoken. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart suddenly clenched and his expression became gloomy. Yang Yen was the sole clone of the great emperor, so if the true body of the great emperor awoke, what would happen to her? Yang Kai had not considered this point before and Yang Yen had never mentioned it to him. But now, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. No more dawdling, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to try to find out where he currently was, as well as what direction to travel to reach the flowing flame sand field. This quick investigation, however, only made Yang Kai's face even uglier. He discovered that he was on a deserted island. This island was not very large, only about 12 kilometers in diameter, and the resources here were quite poor. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines to speak of and no trace of any living people. The only thing above and around him was blue sky and blue sea. It can't be. Yang Kai frowned. When bad luck struck, it never did so gently. I can't have been sent to the limitless ocean, right? Yang Kai had arrived on Shadowed Star many years ago, so he was well aware of the existence of the limitless ocean. Shadowed Soul Island, one of the 3 great forbidden zones, was situated above the limitless ocean. Unfortunately, no one had ever seen Shadowed Soul Island and lived to tell the tale. The environment around Yang Kai right now was remarkably similar to the descriptions he had heard about the limitless ocean before. If this was truly the case, his situation was a bit troublesome. After all, the flowing flame sand field was incredibly far from the limitless ocean. If Yang Kai were to try to fly the whole way back, he could not even begin to estimate how much time it would take him. Of course, this was just his guess, and he would need to find someone to ask to be certain. Having formulated a plan, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew off as quick as lightning from the deserted island. Atop the expansive sea, 5 cultivators wearing matching robes were fighting with a giant octopus-like sea beast. Brilliant artifact attacks and martial skills blossomed, filling the air and sea with vivid and colorful light. The cultivation of these 5 was not high, each of them only having reached the saint realm. On the other hand, the aura emanating from the octopus's body was peak 7th order. If it were anywhere else, this group of 5 would be more than enough to take down the sea beast. But in the water, this octopus occupied a distinct territorial advantage and could easily use the abundant water attribute energy around it to fight. It would condense barrages of water arrows to overwhelm the 5 cultivators while mixing in its black ink to blind and disorient them. Additionally, the long and thick tentacles of this sea beast were not to be underestimated. Every time it struck with one of its limbs, the 5 cultivators would pale and hurriedly evade. Although wounds accumulated on the sea beast's body as time passed, the group of 5 were also becoming exhausted, and each of them was now obviously panting for breath. After another incense stick worth of time, a scream suddenly resounded. It was a woman wearing green robes. She and her companions had been trying to land a killing blow on the eye of the sea beast when suddenly they had been enveloped by a thick black mist. Obviously, the octopus had sprayed out a large amount of its ink to form this black mist. Not only could this mist hinder sight and divine sense, but it also seemed to suppress the power of artifacts and impede the flow of Saint Chi in any cultivator caught inside of it. This woman had the lowest cultivation out of this group, so she was the first to be affected. At the exact moment she noticed her Saint Chi was no longer circulating smoothly, a giant tentacle whipped towards her. The woman's beautiful face turned pale as she instinctively tried to defend herself, but unfortunately discovered that she was powerless to do so. Seeing the tentacle approaching closer and closer, she could not help screaming, thinking she was doomed this time. The other 4 people in this group also saw this, but they too were suffering the effects of the black mist and were unable to render assistance, causing them immense anxiety and regret. However, at the last moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before their eyes. This golden light at first seemed quite weak, but amidst the black mist, it shined as dazzlingly as the sun, dispelling the darkness which was engulfing the group of 5. With a soft slicing sound, the tentacle of the giant octopus which the group of 5 had been helpless against was instantly cut off, resulting in dark green blood splashing out in the next instant. The sea beast's pained cries rang out as it whipped its 7 remaining tentacles about chaotically, stirring up the surrounding sea. The golden light reappeared immediately after, and all the octopus's remaining tentacles were severed and flew away from the octopus' main body with a series of slicing sounds, green blood instantly overflowing into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the originally dominant octopus was killed, its massive body miserably chopped into pieces. Having just escaped from death, how could this woman from an unknown force not understand that she had been lucky, and a passing master had saved her? Calming herself down, she hurriedly raised her voice and shouted, "May I ask which senior has arrived here? Profound heaven sex Xiao Luo thanks senior for this life-saving grace." The other 4 also recovered and offered their thanks, looking around to find the figure who had rescued their junior sister. A gust of wind blew in and the dark mist covering the area was blown away, revealing a stalwart-looking young man standing nearby, his expression somewhat strange as a look of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. So young? The group of 5 were all quite surprised. They had thought that whoever it was who killed this peak 7th order beast must be an old master, but it turned out that their savior looked no older than themselves. However, age could not be judged according to appearance alone, as the higher a cultivator's strength, the slower their vitality would pass. As a result, many extremely powerful masters retained youthful looks. Thinking so, the 5 saints became even more respectful. Led by a sturdy-looking man, they flew over to Xianxia and bowed again to thank him. "A minor matter, there's no need for such politeness," Xianxia said lightly as he observed the disheveled looks of these 5 people and the 7th order sea beast's corpse down below, recalling the past where he too was weak, like they were. Now, however, a peak 7th order sea beast couldn't even last a breath against him. Time really flies by. Now, I'm the senior. Xianxia suddenly felt the urge to laugh. As such thoughts swirled around Xianxia's head, the expressions of the 5 saints in front of him remained taut and cautious. Understanding why these 5 were acting this way, Xianxia simply asked, "Is this the limitless ocean?" The 5 people glanced at each other before the man leading their group nodded and replied, "Reporting to Senior, this is indeed the limitless ocean." "So, it's true." Yang Kai's face sank. Although he had guessed as much, he had not expected that he would really be sent to the limitless ocean from the Emperor Garden. "Is Senior from inland?" the woman named Xiao Luo suddenly asked. "Luoer." The lead man's face changed drastically as he called out in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of cultivation Yang Kai possessed, judging from the method he used to kill the sea beasts just now, if he wanted to kill them, it would not take any effort. It was one thing to be grateful for a life-saving grace and another to remain wary. Before they were clear about this passing senior's temperament, if they were to suddenly begin asking questions, it would likely irritate him. What's more, this man currently had 2 beautiful junior sisters in his group. If this senior were to be a lascivious man, interacting with him would likely lead to trouble. The lead man's expression became tense as he raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai, but to his relief, he found that Yang Kai was not angry and instead just staring at his junior sister with interest. "How did you know I came from the inland?" "Because those who live on the limitless ocean all year round have darker skin tones and a unique kind of moisture in their auras. Senior doesn't have either of these," the girl named Xiao Luo explained naturally. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai smiled lightly, glanced around, and discovered it was just as this woman said. These 5 indeed had a kind of moisture mixed in with their auras, one that was so light that wouldn't be noticed if one didn't specifically look for it. The skin tone of these 5 was also slightly darker than the ones of people from the inland. With someone guessing his origins, and never having any intention to conceal them in the first place, Yang Kai simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I came from the inland, but I seem to have gotten lost. Do you know which way I need to go to return to the inland and about how long it will take?" After a half cup of tea's time, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle again and flew off in a certain direction. After asking these 5 disciples of profound heaven sect for directions, Yang Kai realized that his luck had not been so terrible. He was currently at the edge of the limitless ocean, not its depths, so he was not too far from the inland. With his speed, it would only take him about 3 to 5 days to reach land. However, flying back to the flowing flame sand field was a bit unrealistic. After all, the distance was too far. If he relied on his own power, it would take Yang Kai at least half a year to return. Yang Kai was not interested in wasting so much time on the road. As such, he was planning to find a city where he could use a space array. Fortunately, there was a city called Seaside City not far from where he was at that was regarded as a way station between the inland and the limitless ocean. Many cultivators would enter and exit Seaside City, so the space array was open to the public. Of course, one would need to pay enough Saint Crystals to use it. For each use of the space array, depending on the distance one wanted to travel, the charge would be different. The minimum cost was 10,000 Saint Crystals, while the maximum was 300,000. Such a price would be difficult for an average cultivator to bear, but it was nothing to Yang Kai. 5 days later, Yang Kai arrived at Seaside City. The scale of this city was not small, about twice as large as Heavenly Fate City, and the cultivators coming and going seemed to form a human river that never stopped flowing. This was not surprising as, although the inland and ocean both belonged to Shadowed Star, the various resources they produced were vastly different due to differences in geography and climate. Many cultivation resources that were not available inland could easily be found on the ocean, while the opposite was also true. As an interchange between the two, Seaside City had become the most famous commercial city in the surrounding million-kilometer radius. Yang Kai did not plan on staying here for very long though, so after some quick inquiries, he learned the location of the space array and rushed over to it. The streets of Seaside City were spacious enough to accommodate several carts driving side by side, and each street was lined with rows upon rows of shops, enough to make a person dizzy. As he was rushing towards his destination though, a loud noise suddenly caught Yang Kai's ear. "You cheap bitch, with just 2,000 Saint Crystals you want to buy 100 spirits pill? Are you insane? If you do not leave this instant, don't blame me for being impolite. But I only have 2,000 Saint Crystals on me right now. Shopkeeper Chung, you and I have done many transactions these past few years, and although none of those were of great value, you know I am a credible person. Can't you make an exception and sell me that pill on credit? I swear that I will pay back the Saint Crystals I owe you in the future. I have to earn a living here in Seaside City in the future, so you know I won't simply run away. Nonsense. I'm running a business here. People pay money and I sell them goods. This isn't a charity. If you do not have enough Saint Crystals, then get the hell out. You must be dreaming if you think I'll just give you 100 spirits pill. Shopkeeper Chung, I'm begging you. Shut up. I'm warning you one last time. If you don't leave, you'll face the consequences. The source of this disturbance was a nearby man and woman. The man was the shopkeeper of a pill store while the woman, who seemed to be about 40 years old, was a prospective customer. From her appearance, it was clear that this woman must have been quite beautiful in her youth, but right now her skin was a bit pale and her figure was a bit thin. Clearly, she was quite impoverished. She was imploring this shopkeeper surnamed Chung, but the other party remained completely unmoved. Yang Kai stared at this woman's profile for a long time before suddenly raising his brow, a thoughtful look flashing across his face. He felt that this woman was familiar, but he couldn't be sure he was right. After all, the two of them weren't familiar with one another, and it was just her voice and profile that seemed similar to the ones in his memory. Thinking so, Yang Kai decided to step forward. The shopkeeper, who was just fiercely berating the women, saw Yang Kai approach and immediately put on a friendly business smile and asked, "May I help you, sir? Although this shop is small, we have a wide selection of high-quality pills available. Whether it is for healing or cultivation, we carry pills for every need. Please have a look for yourself." Yang Kai glanced at this shopkeeper for a moment without showing any intention to respond before turning to the woman and examining her carefully. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Are you foreign Elder Huang?" The woman, who appeared to be on the brink of breaking down and crying, was just about to leave but heard Yang Kai's voice and could not help looking up in surprise to see him staring curiously at her. In that instant, her tender body trembled as she showed a startled and somewhat amazed look on her face. "It truly is you, foreign Elder Huang." Yang Kai gently nodded. Although this woman looked quite disheveled, she was indeed someone he knew. After all, she would not have reacted this way had she been a stranger to him. Huang Wan. In the past, she had been one of the Haiku family's foreign elders, an old acquaintance of Changqi and Haoen, so to speak. During the struggle between Yang Kai and the Haiku family, Huang Wan had been ordered by Patriarch En to go to the city lord's mansion for help. Unfortunately for them, Fei Jitu had no interest in intervening and refused to see her. So Huang Wan had no choice but to return in failure, soon after which she quietly left the Haiku family. Yang Kai had heard from Changqi and Haoen about her, so he had some faint impression of Huang Wan. Understanding that she was unwilling to become enemies with Wu Yi and the others, she had chosen to leave the Haiku family without hesitation. She apparently had a good personal relationship with Wu Yi, and when Changqi and Haoen spoke about their old friends over the years, Huang Wan was the one they mentioned most often. As for why she had come to Seaside City and why she seemed so down on her luck, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it wasn't too difficult to imagine what happened. With only a third-order Saint King realm cultivation, while she might have been able to receive some good treatment from the Haiku family, it was nothing worth mentioning in relation to the great forces on Shadowed Star. With no strong backing and no background to speak of, a lone third-order Saint King would indeed have a difficult time surviving, especially if she were a woman. "Are you Yang Kai?" Huang Wan obviously remembered Yang Kai. "Why are you here?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai shook his head slowly, not planning to explain in detail. "Rather than that, why are you here, foreign Elder Huang?" "I came here many years ago." Huang Wan's expression flickered slightly before continuing awkwardly. "What happened back then? I was simply acting on orders, so—" "I know, don't worry about it. I didn't come here to find trouble with you." "Are you poisoned?" Yang Kai frowned as he observed a faint black chi between Huang Wan's brows. Huang Wan wore a stunned look hearing this, as if she did not expect Yang Kai to be able to see through her condition so easily. "No wonder you want to buy 100 spirits pill." Yang Kai gently nodded. "I've shown you something embarrassing," Huang Wan said as her face blushed. Having such an awkward condition exposed was something to feel ashamed about. Seeing Yang Kai and Huang Wan conversing, apparently quite familiar with one another. The shopkeeper of the pill store could not help showing a touch of impatience. He subconsciously thought that anyone who was friends with a poor woman like Huang Wan would not be wealthy. What's more, Yang Kai had just come out from the Emperor Garden where he fought several battles, after which he flew non-stop over the open ocean to reach Seaside City. So he currently had quite the disheveled look himself. The shopkeeper's face sank immediately and all the flattery in his voice disappeared as he quickly snorted. If you two want to reminisce, find somewhere else to do it. Don't hinder my shop from doing business. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai glanced over at him casually and understood that this man had a habit of acting snobbish. Feeling somewhat annoyed at being treated like this, Yang Kai coldly snorted. How many St. Crystals for 100 spirits pill? What? You want to buy one? The shopkeeper surnamed Chang swept his eyes over Yang Kai suspiciously. What? Can't I buy one? Of course you can, but this is a business after all. Only after you pay money will we deliver goods. As soon as the shopkeeper spoke these words, though, a cloth bag flew over to him which he quickly caught. Sweeping the inside of this bag with his divine sense, the look on shopkeeper Cheng's face immediately changed as he smiled widely. Oh, please wait a moment, dear customer. Saying so, he quickly went to the back of the shop and took out 100 spirits pill before handing it over to Yang Kai. After taking the 100 spirits pill, Yang Kai did not bother with this man any further. The other party was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so although his character was a little rotten, Yang Kai would not lower himself to deal with him, simply waving to Huang Wan and saying, "Let's go." Huang Wan replied blankly before following after Yang Kai in something of a daze. Not long after, the two entered an inn under the leadership of Yang Kai and, after renting a courtyard, he handed the 100 spirits pill to Huang Wan to refine. After a day and night, Huang Wan had fully recovered. Although the 100 spirits pill was just a Saint King grade low-rank pill, it was excellent for detoxification. The poison Huang Wan was afflicted with was not too strong, with the only problem being that she had been suppressing it forcefully for some time now. As such, after she swallowed the 100 spirits pill and spent some time adjusting her breathing, she was completely cured and would not need to worry about the poison's effects in the future. Opening her eyes again, the woman said to Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, "This mistress must thank Sect Master Yang for his help. I will not forget this graciousness for the rest of my life." As she spoke, she choked up a bit. If it were not for her coincidentally running to Yang Kai here, what fate she might have met was completely uncertain. Although she couldn't die from such a poison, if she were unable to detoxify herself for too long, her strength would have been affected and her realm might have even fallen. Such consequences were unacceptable for any cultivator. Just a trivial matter, Yang Kai waved his hand faintly. But it seems that foreign elder Huang has had a difficult time these past few years. Hearing this, Huang Wan brushed her tattered hair back behind her ear and smiled bitterly. Far more than difficult. Times have been extremely hard. Only after she left the Haiku family did she realize how difficult it was for a cultivator to be alone in this world. She had not noticed at first because she had built up some savings after spending so many years as a foreign elder in the Haiku family. However, when her savings ran out, her nightmare began. Without any status or backing, she could only depend on herself. Moreover, she was a woman who, despite not being young anymore, was still somewhat charming. So she had often faced the coveting of unscrupulous men, leading to many dangerous situations. She had wanted to find another sect or small family to join, but no one was willing to admit a cultivator like her that had unclear origins. As a last resort, she could only partner with a few other cultivators in similar situations to her in Seaside City and go out to sea to hunt sea beasts for a living. However, this kind of work was accompanied by huge risks. Huang Wan had witnessed many cultivators she worked with die on the ocean in recent years, including cultivators from the team she belonged to. Fortunately, her luck hadn't been too bad, and she was able to return alive each time. That was until a sea beast managed to poison her, after which no one wanted to partner with her anymore. To cure this poison, Huang Wan had sold off all her belongings, but unfortunately, she still hadn't managed to gather enough St. Crystals to afford 100 spirits pill. She had gone to the previous pill store several times, but each time she begged, The shopkeeper surnamed Cheng would ruthlessly reject her. It was not until today when she met Yang Kai that things had changed. After listening to her story, Yang Kai gently nodded, pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Have you ever thought of going back?" "Going back?" Huang Wan looked at him for a moment, a trace of nostalgia flashing across her face before she gently shook her head and said with a wry smile, "I can't go back. This mistress already left the Haika family, so how could I shamelessly return now? Not to mention, I heard that the family already dismissed all its foreign elders a few years ago and now only allows those with blood ties to become elders. Even if I were to go back, they won't accept me. No, 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 I don't mean to return to the Haika family. I mean return to Wu Yi, Changqi, and Howen." Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "You mean to High Heaven Sect?" Huang Wan's eyes lit up. "Oh? You know of High Heaven Sect?" Yang Kai was surprised. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Huang Wan's eyes flashed brilliantly. High Heaven Sect is now extremely well known. Although this mistress has lived in Seaside City for many years now, how could I not have heard of it? What's more, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain is a famous event that is still widely talked about across Shadowed Star. I'm afraid there is no one on Shadowed Star that does not know about High Heaven Sect and Sect Master Yang. Am I so famous? Yang Kai raised his brow. He didn't think Huang Wan was trying to fawn over him. After all, this place was truly far from the inland, so what she said about being able to hear about the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain and High Heaven Sect was likely the earnest truth. Forget it, such things aren't important. I'll just ask you this. What do you think of my proposal? A touch of excitement appeared on Huang Wan's face, but she did not immediately respond. Instead, hesitation crept into her expression before she lowered her head sadly. This mistress naturally wishes for such an opportunity, but this mistress cultivation is so low. How could I be worthy of joining High Heaven Sect? What does having low cultivation have to do with anything? There are many people in the sect whose cultivation is inferior to yours. You must be familiar with the skills of the Haika family's disciples. Most of them are still just saints. And while a number have broken through to the Saint King realm, they are still far worse than you. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. But, no buts, are you willing or not? It's only a matter of a few words. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he cut her off. Huang Wan bit her red lip, but after a long pause, she nodded her head solemnly. This mistress is willing. Very good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then from today onwards, you will be a member of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master, it was not a problem for Yang Kai to receive someone like this. Subordinate thanks, sect master, for granting this one shelter. Huang Wan was also a decisive person. If not, she would not have left the Haika family in advance all those years ago. Since she had made a decision, she would not act hesitant anymore and immediately bowed respectfully. There's no need for such formalities. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and helped Huang Wan up. Seeing some lingering doubts and confusion still adorning her face though, Yang Kai took the initiative to explain. Being able to meet you here must be some kind of fate. Over the years, Wu Yi, Changqi, and Howen would often speak about you, and besides, the sect is currently in need of more Origin Realm Masters, so my offering you an invitation is not something you need to think too much about. Yes. Huang Wan nodded lightly. But Sect Master, your subordinate is currently just a third-order Saint King. She thought Yang Kai had made a mistake. For now you are a third-order Saint King, but you will be an Origin Realm Master shortly. Yang Kai grinned confidently. Huang Wan's situation was the same as Changqi and Howen's, who had been stuck at this realm for many years, unable to take the next step in their cultivation. However, since Changqi and Howen were able to break through, Huang Wan should also be able to. High Heaven Sect's reputation was truly quite resonant right now, and there was no need to worry about coming under attack inside the flowing flame sand field. But the power of a sect was always inseparable from the number and strength of its masters, so it would be improper to sit back and become complacent. Considering the current High Heaven Sect, apart from Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai, the cultivation levels of the others were too low. There was especially a lack of Origin Realm Masters. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Wu Yi and the others to fully mature and reach the Origin Realm, but Huang Wan was different. She could make a breakthrough in short order. It could be said that she was a ready-made origin-returning realm master candidate whose origins and temperament Yang Kai had full knowledge of. This was why Yang Kai had the idea of taking her back with him. If it had been a stranger with unknown origins, how could Yang Kai act so carelessly? In the future, High Heaven Sect would definitely face many setbacks and hardships, so it was naturally important to plan ahead and use any means possible to strengthen it right now. Do you have anything to pack here? If not, we can set off now. Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I have no possessions to pack. It's just what? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. It's just that there is another person I want to bring with me. I hope Sect Master will permit it. Another person? Yang Kai frowned. Who? He was willing to take Huang Wan into High Heaven Sect, but that did not mean he would accept others as well. So hearing Huang Wan make this kind of request, he immediately felt a little displeased. Wasn't she acting a bit too presumptuous? Huang Wan couldn't help showing a look of panic as she deeply bowed her head and said, Please calm your anger, Sect Master. Subordinate humbly requests Sect Master to accompany her to meet this individual before making a decision. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes for a moment before nodding. Fine. Lead the way. Many thanks, Sect Master. Huang Wan was overjoyed and hurriedly guided him. Huang Wan led Yang Kai to a small, crude-looking house in a remote corner of Seaside City. This kind of house could be described as a shack. After arriving at the door, Huang Wan entered a kind of code into what seemed like a lock before pushing it open and entering. Yang Kai followed her inside, and upon glancing around, he could not help letting out a sigh. Not only was this house small and narrow, it was also damp and gloomy with an extremely simple layout. Besides some minimal furniture, there was literally nothing else here. You lived here all these years? Yang Kai frowned, the anger in his heart dissipating greatly. Reporting to Sect Master, Subordinate has only lived here for the last 3 years. Huang Wan smiled awkwardly. She had been a foreign elder of the Haiku family, and although the Haiku family was not very strong, they were able to at least provide her with a comfortable residence, one infinitely better than this shack. It's been hard for you these years. Yang Kai sighed slightly. Where's this person you spoke of? He didn't see anyone here. She's here? Huang Wan smiled lightly before gently pulling out a small figure, squatting down, and saying in a coaxing tone, Yuner, come greet Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai looked down and couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. A child. He never expected the person Huang Wan wanted to bring along would be a child. Seeing her appearance, this little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. She was less than 1 meter tall, fairly thin, and had a somewhat pale yellow complexion, a clear sign she was malnourished. The clothes she was wearing were also made from coarse linen, but despite their poor quality, they were neat and tidy, free of dirt and grime. Overall, this little girl had a young, somewhat naive look appropriate for her age, but her eyes were quite bright and energetic. This little girl clearly was not Huang Wan's child because the two had no similarities in their faces, and as far as Yang Kai knew, Huang Wan had never given birth. So where did this little girl come from? The little girl seemed to be a little shy but also somewhat curious, quickly hiding behind Huang Wan while looking towards Yang Kai with her wide sparkling eyes, not saying a word. Huang Wan tried persuading her a few times to give her greetings, but this little girl stubbornly refused to come forward and simply kept shaking her head as she glanced towards Yang Kai vigilantly. This scene caused Yang Kai to frown slightly and a kind of bitterness to creep into his heart. A child of this age should be completely ignorant for worldly affairs, but this little girl was actually showing wariness towards him, which could only mean that she had encountered something traumatic before making her not dare get close to any strangers. Please forgive me, Sect Master. Yuner is still young and does not understand etiquette. I hope Sect Master won't take offense. Huang Wan stood up and apologized to Yang Kai with a forced smile. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, releasing his divine sense in the next instant to examine this little girl, saying in surprise a moment later, She's already reached the peak initial element stage? Were you the one who taught her? Huang Wan nodded lightly. Yuner insisted on learning, so I directed her a little bit. Not bad. Yang Kai expressed his approval. A little girl like this reaching the peak initial element stage was something impossible to achieve unless she possessed excellent aptitude. And considering Huang Wan's financial resources, it was more than likely this little girl had not had any kind of decent cultivation resources or environment. In other words, the aptitude of this little girl was exceptional. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and asked, "Where are her parents?" "They fell 3 years ago," Huang Wan replied sadly. Huang Wan then briefly explained about this little girl's past. The little girl's surname was Lin, with her full name being Lin Yuner. Her father was originally a wandering cultivator, while her mother was a disciple from Sea Temple. Sea Temple was considered a great force on the limitless ocean, and its reputation there was equivalent to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sex inland. Lin Yuner's mother seemed to possess some status in Sea Temple, so she had several suitors as well as elders who wanted to marry their descendants to her. However, love was not something one could predict or control. After meeting Lin Yuner's father, her mother fell deeply in love and was unable to extricate herself. In the end, the two confessed to one another and secretly swore to become life partners. When this matter was discovered by the upper levels of Sea Temple, they expelled Lin Yuner's mother in a fit of anger. Although she was technically banished, Sea Temple didn't want to excessively embarrass her, so they silently acquiesced to her living in Seaside City. Since then, Lin Yuner's parents lived quite poor lives, but with their affection for one another, they did not have any complaints. However, cultivators not only needed to live but also to cultivate. The two of them were both only Saint Kings, similar to Huang Wan, so without the support of a sect, they could only go to sea to hunt sea beasts to procure monster cores and materials they could exchange for cultivation resources. It was because of this that Huang Wan had met them and formed a small team with the husband and wife duo. Unfortunately, on a hunt 3 years ago, the trio had encountered a peak 8th order sea beast and Lin Yuner's parents had been killed, with only Huang Wan managing to escape back to Seaside City. From that point on, she had taken it upon herself to raise Lin Yuner. At that time, Lin Yuner was only 3 or 4 years old and had only just begun to form coherent memories. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that most of Lin Yuner's memories were of Huang Wan, and the knowledge she had was all taught to her by Huang Wan. The relationship between the two was essentially mother and daughter. This situation was also related to why Lin Yuner was wary of strangers. Her parents had borrowed some saint crystals from some unscrupulous individuals just before they died. So after the news spread that they had fallen, creditors came to their house and wanted to take Lin Yuner away to pay off the debt. Fortunately, they were blocked by Huang Wan, who had paid the debt for her. In summary, Lin Yuner's life experience was incredibly miserable. At an extremely young age, she had lost both her father and mother, and if not for Huang Wan taking her in 3 years ago, it was highly questionable whether Lin Yuner would even still be alive today. This simple house was where Lin Yuner's parents used to live. After their death, Huang Wan had stayed here in order to take care of Lin Yuner. So that's the story. After listening to Huang Wan's narration, Yang Kai gently nodded with pity filling his heart. It was at that moment that Lin Yuner, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly said, "Are you here to take Yuner away?" This voice was crisp and pleasing to the ears, and her eyes were crystal clear when she asked this question to Yang Kai, without the slightest impurity clouding them. Yang Kai heard her words and said with a grin, "Yes, I'm here to take you away." Lin Yuner unexpectedly didn't show any fear, instead tilting her head and thought for a moment before asking, "Can you come back in a few years?" "Oh, why?" Yang Kai was curious about how this child's thoughts regarding this problem. Yuner will grow up very quickly, then after a few years she will be able to go out to hunt sea beasts, then she will be able to give you a lot of saint crystals. So many you won't be able to spend them for your entire life. She obviously thought Yang Kai had come to collect debts again. Yang Kai was taken aback and couldn't help laughing. Huang Wan's expression also cramped up slightly as she watched. "Ha ha ha, very good. She may be small, but her spirit is good." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "Please don't take Yuner away. Yuner doesn't want to be separated from Auntie Huang now," Lin Yuner said clearly. As soon as this statement came out, Huang Wan's eyes immediately became wet. Although Lin Yuner was not her real child, She already regarded her as her daughter after caring for her these past few years. Now that she heard such words, how could she not feel moved? Gently bending down again, she tenderly hugged the little girl. I'm not only here to take Yuner away, but also your Auntie Huang. So what am I supposed to do? Yang Kai put on a fake awkward appearance. Oh, you're a bad person, Lin Yuner suddenly realized, lifting her little hand and pointing towards Yang Kai as she firmly declared. In the eyes of children, things were either black or white. Those who wanted to harm them were bad people. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't explain. Sect Master. Huang Wan looked at him hesitantly. It's fine. Of course, you can bring her with us? Yang Kai smiled lightly as the situation was very different from what he previously suspected. Since it was just a child Huang Wan wanted to bring with them, he had no objections. Many thanks, Sect Master. Huang Wan was overjoyed, although she also felt that Yang Kai would agree to her request in the end. If Yang Kai had really refused her, she could only have chosen to stay here and take care of Lin Yuner. Yuner, quickly thank Sect Master. Huang Wan unwrapped Lin Yuner from her arms and pointed to Yang Kai. No, he's a bad person. He wants to take Yuner away. Lin Yuner insisted on her opinion. Not only did she not relent though, she even stepped forward and threw a fist towards Yang Kai. Her form seemed good, but her figure was clearly a bit unsteady. Yang Kai simply smiled and stretched out a hand, blocking this tiny fist. Seeing this scene, Huang Wan also showed a helpless wry smile. She naturally understood that Yang Kai would not become angry over such childish words and would not hurt Lin Yuner because of them. So she didn't try to intervene. Bang! With a thud, the small fist hit Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help rising at the moment on contact though, his expression filling with surprise as if he had discovered something incredible. Gently pushing Lin Yuner back, he intentionally provoked her. Too weak. Try again. Humph. Lin Yuner was a newborn calf who didn't know how to fear tigers yet, so she pursed her lips and punched again. After a while, Lin Yuner was exhausted and could only look up at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. This couldn't be helped though. How could a little girl at the peak initial element stage even shake Yang Kai? After throwing several punches, she had no choice but to accept this helpless reality. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had bright eyes as he stared at Lin Yuner as if he had found a treasure. His face was full of excitement. What's wrong, Sect Master? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Have you never tried her skill before? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. No. Huang Wan shook her head slowly. I only taught Yuner how to cultivate. I have yet to spar with her. No wonder, Yang Kai mused. Sect Master Yuner, is there something wrong with her? Huang Wan suddenly became nervous. There's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry about that. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth slightly rising as he looked back at Lin Yuner and said, It's just that this girl's strength is very high. Her strength is very high? Huang Wan was stunned. Yeah, we can discuss this further when we return to the sect. It's not something that can be explained so simply, and I too am not certain about the specific reason. Yang Kai didn't intend to explain as he thought back upon his brief fight with Lin Yuner. The power behind this little girl's fists was somewhat unusual. Although Lin Yuner already had a peak initial element stage cultivation, she was far too young to know how to use her Yuan Qi to fight, so her fists just now were only thrown with her raw physical strength. However, each of her punches was almost comparable to that of an ordinary, full-grown brawny man who had never cultivated. This was incredible. How could a 6- or 7-year-old girl with a thin, malnourished body have such strength? Was this some kind of innate gift? Unfortunately, Yang Kai wasn't very knowledgeable about such matters and couldn't immediately identify the cause. He was only able to press down his doubts and prepare to go back to further investigate. Yes, Huang Wan naturally wouldn't press the matter after receiving such a response and obediently nodded. Although Lin Yuner had instinctively judged Yang Kai to be a bad person, after Huang Wan carefully explained the situation, the little girl no longer resisted. There was nothing to clean up or pack as the two women's house could only be described as empty. So immediately after, Huang Wan took Lin Yuner's little hand and followed Yang Kai towards the center of Seaside City. Huang Wan had lived here for several years and could barely be regarded as a half-native, so she knew where the space array was located. With her and Lin Yuner, Yang Kai managed to arrive at the palace housing the space array without any effort. The space array of Seaside City was open to anyone as long as they could pay enough St. Crystals, but there weren't many destinations that could be reached from it. After some consideration, Yang Kai chose Black Crow City as his next destination. It was not that Black Crow City was the closest option to Flowing Flame Sandfield, but rather that Yang Kai had been to this city once before and knew that it was close to Clear Sky Sect. As long as he could reach Black Crow City, he could use his connections with Clear Sky Sect to easily teleport to the city closest to the Flowing Flame Sandfield. This was a somewhat convoluted plan, but it was also the most efficient. After paying a total of 600,000 St. Crystals, Yang Kai and his party of 3 stood atop the space array, and when the light flashed, the 3 had disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai had once visited Black Crow City together with Chun Shirtao, Lu Ying, and a few others. In this city, Yang Kai had found Chen Yu and gotten into a fight with Joyous Union Pavilion while trying to redeem her. Yang Kai had no intention to linger in this city though, so after asking for directions, he took Huang Wan and Lin Yuner and flew off in a certain direction. 3 days later, in front of another city several times larger than Black Crow City, Yang Kai landed. Sect Master, why did we come here? Huang Wan looked at the 3 large characters above the huge city gate with a dazed expression. I have some acquaintances in this city, so it will be more convenient to transfer to our final destination from here. Yang Kai explained faintly before glancing towards Huang Wan's back, where Lin Yuner was sleeping with a big smile on her face. Although this little girl had not exerted any strenuous effort during this 3-day journey, she was naturally quite exhausted. This couldn't be helped as it was the first time since she was born that she had left Seaside City. After leaving that day, she was simply curious about everything around her. The rapid speed at which they flew also caused her to cheer happily, and when she saw a field of wildflowers she couldn't help dancing amongst them before discovering birds and butterflies and chasing after them, hoping to catch and hold them in her tiny hands. Such excitement was followed by fatigue, so she was currently sleeping soundly. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned before leading the way towards the city. Black Sea City. This city was adjacent to Clear Sky Sect's headquarters and played essentially the same role as Heavenly Fate City did to Shadow Moon Hall. Naturally, Black Sea City was completely controlled by Clear Sky Sect. Chun Shirtao had invited Yang Kai to be a guest here many times, but he had never had a chance before, so this was his first visit. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived at Black Sea City's City Lord's Mansion. This City Lord's Mansion could be regarded as one of the signature features of Black Sea City. It was a magnificent and majestic palace that was guarded by numerous guards wearing matching black leather armor and holding identical silver spears, each one showing a stern, imposing expression. As Yang Kai and his group of 3 approached, these guards all focused their attention on them as one of them, who seemed to be their leader, called out, "Halt! This is Black Sea City's City Lord's Mansion. Random passers-by may not approach." This person had a third-order Saint King cultivation and immediately blocked Yang Kai's path with a vigilant look. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists slightly. "Hello, friends. This one's name is Yang Kai, and I've come to discuss a matter with your City Lord. Could you inform him of my arrival?" "You've come to see Sir City Lord?" The man frowned, his expression a little impatient. Everyone who came here was looking to see the City Lord, so it wasn't a surprise that this was also Yang Kai's purpose. However, just because someone came to see the City Lord, did that mean the City Lord would see them? If this guard were to report this matter without first clarifying this person's identity, he would certainly be punished. However, Yang Kai was clearly an Origin Realm master, so this guard did not dare act negligently. If it had been someone with lower strength, on the other hand, he would have already been driven away. "Do you know Sir City Lord?" the man asked. No, I don't." Yang Kai shook his head honestly. "You don't know Sir City Lord?" The man's face filled with astonishment. "But I do know your sect master Guzhen," Yang Kai added. "You know the sect master?" This time this man was completely taken aback, the impatience on his face quickly receding and being replaced with one of shock. The sect master was essentially in secluded retreat all year round and not someone a random individual could see. Even this guard leader had never met face-to-face with the sect master, yet this man named Xianxia claimed to know the sect master. Could he just be making things up? Yeah. I also know your great elder Mou. The man could not help drawing in a sharp breath as he looked Xianxia over once again, as if trying to re-examine him. Being able to know both the sect master and the great elder meant that this young man named Xianxia must have a very high status, so why had he never even seen or heard of him before? Although the guard leader felt quite puzzled, he didn't dare to delay anymore. The impatience on his face had already been discarded and he respectfully cupped his fists. Please wait here for a moment while I report this matter to Sir City Lord. Xianxia nodded lightly. After the guard leader entered the City Lord's mansion, within a half a cup of tea's time, a petite figure suddenly raced out and appeared in front of Xianxia. After seeing Xianxia's face, the person who had leapt out could not help pointing and saying, "Ah, it's really you, Xianxia. Why are you here? Sister Lu Ying?" Xianxia was also a little surprised. He had not expected that the first person to greet him from this city lord's mansion would be Lu Ying, and what's more, Chen Shitao, who she seemed inseparable from, was not here. But since he had met an acquaintance here, things were easier to handle. Xianxia was still thinking about how to prove his identity to the city lord he had never met before. I was just passing through and wanted to borrow the city's space array. But why is Sister Lu Ying here? Where's Sister Chen? Xianxia asked curiously. Senior Sister Chen has been in retreat since returning from the Emperor Garden. As for why I'm here, Black Sea City's city lord is my father. Lu Ying replied with a grin. Xianxia was stunned. He had not expected Lu Ying's status to be so high. Usually, she would follow behind Chen Shitao, as if she were a little sister or subordinate of some kind. So Xianxia had thought she was just an ordinary disciple of Clear Sky sect with decent aptitude. Now, however, it seemed her background was actually quite big. Since Lu Ying's father could become the city lord of Black Sea City, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Dissolute. As the two were talking, a majestic voice boomed from within the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression appeared and scolded. Sect Master Yang is a sect master. How can you speak to him with such disrespect? This person was obviously Lu Ying's father, the city lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying could not help spitting out her tongue playfully. Xianxia chuckled and said, Sir City Lord need not be so serious. I have known Sister Lu Ying for a long time now, and we are friends from the same generation. That relationship didn't just disappear after this Yang founded a small sect. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Xianxia's humility and demeanor. But he still shook his head and said, That may be, but courtesy must be observed. Inger, greet Sect Master Yang properly. As soon as Lu Ying heard this, her lips formed into a pout, but she did not dare disobey her father's command. So she saluted Xianxia again with an unhappy expression. Xianxia was also helpless. Although he had only spoken a few words with this city lord, he could see that this man had a relatively rigid personality. After Lu Ying bowed, the middle-aged man also cupped his fists and said, Greeting, Sect Master Yang. This one's name is Lu Xian and I have the honor of serving as Black Sea City's city lord. Sir City Lord is too polite. This one has arrived here unannounced, so I hope Sir City Lord will not take offense. Xianxia hurriedly replied. Sect Master Yang is too serious. You visiting Black Sea City is this city lord's honor. Please come inside first. This Lu has already sent a message to the sect master and great elder, but it will take the two of them about half an hour to arrive, so I'm afraid I must ask Sect Master Yang to wait a moment. It's fine. Xianxia lightly nodded, not finding this situation the slightest bit odd. He had saved Gu Jin and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so the two of them coming here to see him after receiving word he was here was not unexpected. Once inside, Xianxia found the atmosphere within the city lord's mansion to be extremely lively. Seeing the appearance of Xianxia and his group, Lu Xian arranged rooms where they could bathe and change their clothes. Xianxia naturally did not decline this offer. It didn't matter much to him what his appearance was. But allowing Lin Yuner and Huang Wan to continue looking so disheveled and downtrodden was really not appropriate. Yang Kai only took a short time to refresh himself, but Gu Zhen and Mou had already arrived before he was finished. After meeting once more in the main hall of the mansion, an enthusiastic exchange of greetings took place once again. After a while, the host and guests were seated, with Lu Xian having already prepared a lavish banquet. Exquisite dishes and spirit fruits were presented one after another, causing Lin Yuner, who had never experienced this kind of life before, to swiftly move her hands to gobble up everything in sight. The frankness of this little girl's performance was not frowned upon, instead becoming a point of interest. Lu Ying sat next to Lin Yuner and kept serving her various delicacies, apparently quite taken with this little girl. On the contrary, Huang Wan was acting extremely cautiously. She had never thought that one day she would be able to sit at the same table with the senior leadership of Clear Sky Sect. After all, she had been so poor that she could not even scrape together 5,000 Saint Crystals to buy 100 spirits pill a few days ago. Yet now she had essentially been reborn. She deeply understood that being able to receive such treatment was completely because of Yang Kai, so her feelings were understandably somewhat complex for a while. A few hours later, the sky turned dark and the banquet wound down. Lin Yuner, who was now filled to the brim with food and drink, was taken to rest by Huang Wan, leaving behind just Yang Kai and the leaders of Clear Sky Sect. Sister Chun also returned safely? Yang Kai took a sip of some fragrant spirit tea and asked with concern. Thanks to Sect Master Yang, all three of us managed to come back unscathed, Gu Zhen replied gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden was indeed filled with crisis, the most dangerous of which was the one where they had met Yang Kai. If not for Yang Kai arriving to rescue them at that critical moment, Gu Zhen and Mou might have survived, but Chen Shitao, who had the lowest strength of the group, would not have escaped unharmed. However, after coming back, Chen Shitao had immediately entered a state of retreat. She had some gains in the Emperor Garden and had only recently broken through to the Origin Realm without even condensing her Shi yet, so she didn't dare delay any longer, which was also why she had not exited to see Yang Kai this time. That's great news. After learning about Chen Shitao's current situation, Yang Kai felt relieved. So what brings Sect Master Yang here? Mou asked Yang Kai curiously. The usual bad luck. Yang Kai smiled wryly before giving a brief explanation of how he arrived in Black Sea City, while Gu Zhen and Mou nodded repeatedly. Regarding this issue, Mou and Gu Zhen actually had better luck than Yang Kai and emerged from the Emperor Garden relatively close to Clear Sky Sect, so they had no difficulty returning on their own. This expedition to the Emperor Garden was filled with unexpected surprises. With it opening to the entire star field, my shadowed star suffered heavy losses. Gu Zhen sighed deeply. Oh? Which great forces suffered losses? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. We've yet to get a full tally of the losses, but according to the news this old master managed to obtain since returning, it seems the great elder and temple master of Demon Blood Temple fell inside the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression remaining perfectly calm. The two Demon Blood Temple leaders were killed by him, so he wasn't surprised by this news. Gu Zhen and the others didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with Yang Kai's reaction, and simply assumed this pair from Demon Blood Temple had fallen at the hands of a different Cultivation Star's masters inside the Emperor Garden. Without any pause, they continued. Besides them, Thunder Typhoon Sect's great elder Chang Peng Xian also fell. Mo Xiao Shang of Heaven Battling Union suffered heavy losses but managed to escape. Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect also failed to return. All of the other great forces seemed to have suffered losses as well. My Clear Sky Sect being able to return unharmed is a stroke of good fortune. Even Chang Peng Xian and Gong Xing He died? Yang Kai was shocked. Although the news has not yet spread, that much is certain. Gu Zhen nodded sincerely. Yang Kai didn't doubt this information because he knew that each of these great forces would place spies amongst the others, allowing them to gain some information that was not publicly known. What about Shadow Moon Hall? Are Qian Tong, Fei Jitu, and Wei Guchong all right? Yang Kai asked nervously. Sect Master Yang doesn't need to worry. Those three are all fine. Mou smiled lightly. Old Ghost Qian is really quite shrewd. He seems to have insisted that they remain outside the Emperor Garden's main palace during this trip. So that's how it is. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief while secretly feeling impressed with Qian Tong's intuition. Qian Tong was by no means timid, and Yang Kai estimated that if not for Wei Guchang being with them, he and Fei Ji too would certainly not have missed the opportunity to dive deep into the Emperor Garden's main palace. However, since Wei Guchang was with them, the two old men must have decided to not take unnecessary risks. It was precisely because of this caution that Qian Tong and the others from Shadow Moon Hall managed to avoid taking any losses, though. Even masters like Chang Peng Xian and Gong Xing he had fallen inside. So no matter how strong Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were, it was conceivable they might have suffered similar fates had they acted recklessly. Although the opening of the Emperor Garden had resulted in many people obtaining great gains, it had also caused many sects to suffer heavy losses. Before entering, no one would have thought that this trip to the Emperor Garden would be so dangerous. If they had known about the risks earlier, perhaps there would have been fewer people rushing to enter the Emperor Garden. Compared with other cultivation stars, my shadowed star still has a noticeable disparity. Because of the suppression of the world principles here, no one can spy on the mysteries of the Origin King realm, and all of us are only able to linger at the peak of the Origin realm. In the end, we lack the guidance of an Origin King realm master, and our artifacts and pills are also inferior in grade and quality to those outsiders. Fighting with foreign masters under such circumstances is like trying to battle with an arm tied behind our backs. Gu Jin sighed in exasperation. Indeed, if only an Origin King realm master could have risen on my shadowed star, this situation might not have happened. Mou nodded in agreement. Even so, how could it be that easy to break through to the Origin King realm? Lu Xian wore a sad look and shook his head slowly. In these past 10,000 years, no Origin King realm master has appeared on Shadowed Star. The last time the flowing flame sand field opened, that red candle fruit appeared, but although old Ghost Tang from Floating Mist Palace obtained a piece of it and swallowed it, he apparently didn't gain anything, completely wasting that good piece of spirit fruit. Not just old Ghost Tang. Colored Glass Sect also obtained a piece of red candle fruit which Gong Xing he swallowed and refined. But he too didn't see any gains, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen this time. Actually, making a breakthrough to the Origin King realm isn't impossible. Mou seem to say thoughtfully, on Shadowed Star we may be suppressed by the world principles, but as long as we can leave Shadowed Star and go to another cultivation star that does not have such suppressions, we will have a chance to break through. Hearing this, Gu Jin and Lu Xian all were inspired. Yang Kai glanced around at the three of them and couldn't help laughing. Three seniors. There's no reason to use such indirect language. If you have something to say, just say it directly. With Yang Kai being so straightforward, Mou and the others couldn't help feeling slightly embarrassed. Even so, after a brief pause, Mou lightly coughed and asked, "It's like this, Yang Kai. We would like to know if your noble sect plans to use its Origin King grade starships to conduct a long-distance voyage." "I knew it." Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Hearing these three old men muse on and on about the Origin King realm, he was naturally able to guess what they were trying to imply. Now, after making a slight probe, it turned out exactly as Yang Kai suspected. These three apparently intended to request he grant them passage on his Origin King grade starship to leave Shadowed Star and go to another cultivation star to spy on the mysteries of the Origin King realm. This was simply how humans are. And if I were to say I have such plans? Yang Kai smiled slightly. All three of the old men's expressions lit up as they could barely contain their excitement. Not only do I have this idea, but I might implement it soon, Yang Kai added to everyone's surprise. Is that true? Mou stood up, with Gu Jin and Lu Xian showing equal excitement. It is. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Excellent. Excellent. Mou muttered twice before suddenly rubbing his big hands together and directing a look filled with expectation towards Yang Kai. Sect Master Yang, since things have gotten to this point, this Mou won't beat around the bush any further. Dare to ask, how many people can travel aboard your starship? Several dozen people should be fine. Mou's eyes lit up as he grit his teeth and quickly said, "Could you grant my clear sky sect too? No, one of those spots." On the other side, Gu Zhen and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, with Gu Zhen quickly adding, "Of course, we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay an appropriate price." "Is one enough?" Yang Kai asked them with some surprise. "It is," Gu Zhen nodded sincerely. "If possible, we certainly hope that more of us can leave Shadowed Star, but if all of Clear Sky Sect's masters were to suddenly depart, there will be no one left to assume command, not to mention, breaking through to the Origin King realm will obviously not be a simple matter, so having a quota to try for will be enough." "If that's all, then I can agree." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing this, the trio from Clear Sky Sect were overjoyed. As for who this quota would be given to, that was something for Clear Sky Sect to figure out. Yang Kai did not need to concern himself with it. Afterwards, Yang Kai told them that when he finalized plans to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would inform them, so for now, they should just wait patiently. The three old men had no objections. After a night's rest, Yang Kai said his goodbyes to the Clear Sky Sect masters and brought Huang Wan and Lin Yuner away. Although Gu Zhen and the others wanted him to stay a while longer, they also understood that Yang Kai had just come out from the Emperor Garden and must have many things to attend to, so they didn't try to stop him, instead just personally seeing him off from Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple, and it was very close to the Flowing Flame Sandfield. When Yang Kai first came out from the Flowing Flame Sandfield, he had encountered a Demon Blood Temple disciple named Deng Ning, whom he obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique from. Later, Deng Ning brought him to Demon Blood. This plan was not wrong, but before departing, Gu Zhen had warned Yang Kai to act carefully as Demon Blood City was currently in a state of upheaval. After arriving, Yang Kai discovered that Demon Blood City was in chaos. When Yang Kai and his group of 3 teleported to Demon Blood City's space array, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be a little turbulent and that many people were currently fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as the great elder of and temple master of Demon Blood Temple had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that no one was currently in control of the temple, the various elders were naturally fighting for the right to take over. On top of that, Demon Blood Temple was a strange great force that encouraged infighting, so for this reason, all of Demon Blood Temple had become chaotic at this moment, with Demon Blood City following suit. Even the hall where the space array was located was unguarded. All of Demon Blood Temple's disciples were caught up in this internal strife, so the city itself had become something akin to a battlefield. After arriving in Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly grasped the situation inside the city. Not discovering anything he felt warranted his concern, he simply wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yuner in his Saint Chi and flew towards the city's edge. Some people tried to block their path, but all of them were quickly subdued by Yang Kai. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't feel any concern, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized how tyrannical Yang Kai's strength was, and no one dared to court death by trying to stop him again. What's more, Yang Kai seemed to just be passing through, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? As such, less than a dozen breaths later, Yang Kai's group left Demon Blood City and flew straight towards the Flowing Flame Sandfield, which was some 100,000 kilometers away. One day later, Yang Kai landed at a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Flowing Flame Sandfield and walked inside. This was the first time Yang Kai had entered this palace. Naturally, this place belonged to High Heaven Sect, and there was a space array specially arranged here by Yang Yen to make it convenient for the disciples of High Heaven Sect to pass in and out. After all, the Flowing Flame Sandfield was simply too vast, and if they had to rely solely on flying, it would take at least a day or two to reach High Heaven Sect's headquarters from this point. With this dedicated space array, however, the disciples could come and go freely and quickly. At this moment, there were only 2 High Heaven Sect disciples inside the palace on guard duty. The cultivation of these 2 were not worth mentioning, only third-order saints. Such strength was nothing special on Shadowed Star, but High Heaven Sect's name was extremely loud right now and no one dared provoke it. So there was no need to worry about security issues here. Moreover, there was a powerful spirit array arranged by Yang Yen around this palace, one strong enough to stop anyone who wanted to invade High Heaven Sect via the space array. At the very least, it would provide enough time for the disciples on guard duty to retreat and destroy the space array. With the space array outside the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai easily reached High Heaven Sect's headquarters. When they appeared in the palace on the other side, several disciples on guard duty instantly assumed a defensive posture. But after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they became overjoyed and bowed quickly. "Have Yang Yen and Elder Yi come back?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Reporting to Sect Master, Vice Sect Master Yang and Great Elder Yi returned 5 days ago. A disciple who seemed brighter than the others replied quickly. Yang Kai couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think Yang Yen or Yi Shiyun would have encountered any problems, he had always been a bit on edge until he was able to confirm their condition. Now that he knew they had returned safely, Yang Kai was naturally able to put down his worries. However, when they returned, it seemed Vice Sect Master Yang had fallen into a coma and had to be carried by Great Elder Yi. The disciple added carefully. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and quickly asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, the disciples didn't know what caused Yang Yen to fall unconscious, or whether she had suffered any serious injuries. "I understand. Continue with your duties here." Yang Kai had no choice but to leave this place and quickly head for 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yen lived before. On the way there, they ran into Wu Yi and Chen Yu, who had received word of Yang Kai's return. The anxiety on the faces of the two women was obvious, so they wasted no time calling out after seeing Yang Kai. "I heard about the situation. Do you know how Yang Yen was injured? Is it serious?" Yang Kai flew over to them and asked. Both women shook their heads with Chen Yu explaining. "Since they returned, Great Elder has not appeared in front of anyone, so we were unable to learn anything more." "Understood. I'll go see them myself." Yang Kai frowned. "They're not on 100 Flowers Peak now." Wu Yi quickly stopped Yang Kai from flying off. "Then where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "The 6th layer." "6th layer?" Yang Kai frowned even more. Naturally, he understood what she was referring to when she said the 6th layer. It was the center of the flowing flame sand field where the small bamboo forest and loft were situated. It was also the former residence of the Great Emperor on Shadowed Star. But why would Yi Shiyun bring Yang Yen there? Could the Great Emperor really have awoken? An uneasy feeling suddenly surged in Yang Kai's heart. Standing on the spot for a long while, Yang Kai finally took a deep breath and said, "I'll go take a look. By the way, Wu Yi, you remember Foreign Elder Huang, right? This time I met her by chance on the way back and invited her to join High Heaven Sect. She is now one of us, so make the proper arrangements." "Yes." Wu Yi nodded quickly. She obviously saw Huang Wan just now, but concerned about Yang Yan's safety, she hadn't found time to greet her yet. Now, after hearing Yang Kai's instructions, she would naturally have a chance to do so. In the next instant, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, heading straight towards the 6th layer. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer of the flowing flame sand field, and was separated from the 6th layer by a flame area which was far more powerful than the outer 4th layer. However, Yang Kai had a Star Emperor token to protect himself from these dangers, so there was nothing for him to worry about. It took only half a day for Yang Kai to arrive in front of the loft in the center of the 6th layer. As if knowing that Yang Kai would arrive sooner or later, Yi Shiyun was already waiting for him. After seeing Yang Kai, a complex look flashed across her beautiful eyes before she said, "Subordinate greets, Sect Master. Is Yang Yen inside?" Yang Kai asked as he walked inward. Before he could go far, though, Yi Shiyun actually moved and blocked Yang Kai's path forward, as if trying to stop him from entering the loft. "What are your intentions here?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, staring deeply at Yi Shiyun with a somewhat gloomy look upon his face. "Please forgive me, Sect Master, but Madam gave me strict instructions to not allow anyone to see her now." Yi Shiyun replied while maintaining a tranquil expression. "Not even me?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes." Yi Shiyun nodded slightly. "Subordinate is only executing Madam's orders and requests Sect Master not to embarrass me." "Embarrass you?" Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. "Interesting. I simply want to see her. How could that embarrass you?" "It's not that I've never met with her before. Sect Master, please forgive me." Yi Shiyun stubbornly refused to back down. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her indifferently for a moment before asking in a solemn tone. Since Yang Yen was able to give you such an order, can I assume she is unharmed? If that's the case, why did the disciples on guard duty say she was in a coma when she returned with you? And Madame is indeed in a coma, but she is unharmed. It's just what? Yi Shiyun fell silent, her look becoming somewhat awkward. After observing Yi Shiyun's demeanor and behavior all this time, Yang Kai had a faint guess and narrowed his eyes. I'll only ask one question then, and I hope Great Elder can reply truthfully without concealing anything. Please ask, Sect Master. Yi Shiyun raised her head and brushed her hair back behind her ear. Is the one who is inside the loft behind you the Yang Yen I know, or your madam? Both? A wry smile appeared on Yi Shiyun's face. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. Since that's the case, it must be related to waking the Great Emperor, I understand. Yang Yen had said that after the Emperor Garden officially opened, the Great Emperor would awaken. At that time, Yang Kai had felt somewhat puzzled and suspicious, but he didn't inquire carefully, perhaps subconsciously afraid to ask about the specific process, worried the answer he received would not be the one he wanted to hear. In his heart, he had already guessed what would happen. Today, his speculations had obviously been confirmed. Since the Great Emperor's true body had awakened, naturally Yang Yen, as a soul clone, could no longer exist independently. The two had been merged into one, which was why Yi Shiyun gave him such an answer. Sect Master is an intelligent person, so you should understand what the situation is now, Yi Shiyun said indifferently. I just want to know, what will happen to Yang Yen? She is Madam and Madam is she, therefore nothing will happen to her. Yang Kai gently nodded. Matters here weren't so bad he couldn't accept them. Although the result was not ideal, it also wasn't the worst-case scenario. Considering all this, Yang Kai closed his eyes and released his divine sense towards the loft to see how Yang Yen was doing at this moment. Yi Shiyun opened her mouth seeing this but ultimately didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai's divine sense easily penetrated the loft and soon found Yang Yen inside a room on the 3rd floor. She was lying quietly on a bamboo bed at the moment, motionless, as if in a deep sleep. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yen in his memories, but her temperament had undergone an astonishing change. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense swept over her, he felt a deep sense of terror, as if he were an ant that had unwittingly spied upon a slumbering dragon. In that instant, Yang Kai's very soul shuddered, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged up from the bottom of his heart. The next moment, a tearing pain filled his head and Yang Kai's eyes shot open, his body stumbling backwards involuntarily as his face went extremely pale. Sect Master, are you okay? Yi Shiyun's beautiful face paled slightly as she called out. I'm fine. Yang Kai waved his hand, his expression still full of lingering fear. Was this the majesty of the Great Emperor? Even in a comatose state, no one was allowed to violate it. Yang Kai had experienced this personally. If she had been awake, just what kind of power and prestige would she radiate? Yang Kai's state of mind fluctuated for a moment before his eyes shined with a color of yearning. After a while, though, his mood returned to normal, and after rubbing his forehead for a moment, Yang Kai asked, Did she say when she will wake up? Madam said that she had fallen into a deep sleep for too long, over 10,000 years, so waking up will also be a very long process. Only when her soul and body fully integrate will she be able to awaken, something that could take 10, 20, dozens, or even 100 years. Subordinate is also uncertain. So long. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yes. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Madam told me before departing to do everything in my power to assist Sect Master, so if Sect Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to give them. Subordinate will surely act with all haste. Yang Yen ordered. Yang Kai mused, finally understanding why Yi Shiyun was now referring to herself as his subordinate, as she had never done so before. It turns out there was this kind of reason. There's nothing for you to do. For the time being, you can just remain here to take care of Yang Yen. Yes, subordinate will live up to Sect Master's trust. Please depart freely then. Yi Shiyun gave a slight bow. Saying so, she pointed towards the exit. Feeling the words he was about to say get caught in his throat, Yang Kai simply walked off with an angry snort. In any case, he had determined that Yang Yen was not in any danger, and although her soul clone had not been integrated with the great emperor's true body, her memories and emotions would not be erased and would instead be inherited by the current slumbering body. That was enough. Yang Kai may not have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with the great emperor right now, but one day, as long as he could stand at her height, he could once again interact with Yang Yen as he always had. A burst of ambition arose in Yang Kai's heart. After returning to High Heaven Sect, nothing much changed. However, the arrival of Huang Wan made Wu Yi, Chang Qi, Howen, and the other former Hai Ku family disciples quite happy. Lin Yuner also quickly won the unanimous affection of all of High Heaven Sect's members. This little girl's presence brought a kind of joy and laughter to the sect's headquarters, and after a brief time familiarizing herself with her new environment, Lin Yuner fell deeply in love with this beautiful place. Everyone here treated her extremely well, as if she was a family member, allowing Lin Yuner to feel a long-lost sense of warmth, gradually allowing her to let down her guard. She could often be seen wearing beautiful new clothes, running and jumping all over the sect with seemingly endless enthusiasm. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was always in a state of exhaustion chasing after her. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's private residence. Inside a cultivation room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated. He had been in this state for half a month now. When he used his divine sense to spy on Yang Yen in the small loft, he had suffered a small wound to his soul from the invisible emperor pressure she naturally released. This kind of wound wouldn't cause any problems with day-to-day life, but if he were to encounter a strong enemy, it would definitely affect his combat strength somewhat. As such, after Yang Kai returned to the sect, his first order of business was to recover. Fortunately, the problem was not serious, so Yang Kai only needed half a month to deal with it properly. The next thing to do was take account of his gains from the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai reached out, touched his space ring, and in a flash of light, a massive number of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected in the hidden mountain valley together with the women from Ice Heart Valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them properly, so he simply placed them into his space ring. Now that he was free, he naturally had to organize and process these herbs, otherwise, their medicinal efficacies would be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai obviously understood how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines, so he took out various boxes refined from different materials from his space ring and carefully began storing the various herbs according to their unique characteristics. Those that were suited to preservation in jade were loaded into jade boxes, while those that needed wood attribute containers were thusly placed. Many herbs had special storage requirements, but this could not baffle Yang Kai. After finishing up this process, Yang Kai put away all the boxes with a smile on his face. There were hundreds of spirit herbs, and although they varied in grade greatly, each one was invaluable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had all grown inside the hidden mountain valley for at least 10,000 years, meaning their medicinal ages were at least this high as well. Pills refined from such herbs would have far greater medicinal efficacies than ones refined from ordinary spirit grasses and medicines. Additionally, they would allow Yang Kai to promote his alchemy technique. Along with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the star field, Yang Kai felt like he had enough materials to support him becoming an Origin King-grade alchemist, after which, he would still likely have an abundance of materials he could use to practice his skills. The next thing Yang Kai took out was the alchemy furnace he found in the hidden cave mansion of the mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace the mountain valley's owner had used when he was alive and was naturally Origin King-grade, an extremely rare and precious treasure. Yang Kai now had two high-grade furnaces. One was the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace, which was the root of the Firebird artifact spirit, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him, but regardless of which one it was, they were not something that would be commonly seen. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they could save a lot of time when performing artifact refining or alchemy and could refine better quality artifacts and pills. There was a saying that, to produce fine work, one must first sharpen their tools. This saying had great truth to it. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were far more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were far more valuable and expensive than other artifacts in the same grade. The young third-order origin returning realm female leader from Iceheart Valley also knew of the value of this pill furnace, but because she had many of her own thoughts and concerns, she still chose to give it to Yang Kai in exchange for a larger allocation of pills. This choice was not a loss for her, but it was a profit for Yang Kai. Yang Kai could refine various high-grade pills, and even refining pills which formed pill veins was not a difficult task for him, but an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace was still something he hadn't expected to get his hands on so easily. This pill furnace was slightly less than a meter tall and had a simple appearance while giving off an ancient feel. Its entire body was a dark purple shade and had a tripod design. There were two large words emblazoned on the furnace's lip which Yang Kai had not initially checked, but now that he was carefully examining it, he could see the two words were Purple Origin. This was obviously the name of this alchemy furnace. Purple Origin, not a bad name. With this alchemy furnace to assist him, refining pills would be easier and their quality would also be higher in the future. Alchemy furnaces were different from other artifacts in that one did not need to spend a long time refining them. One only needed to leave their soul brand on an alchemy furnace to make it their own. However, this Purple Origin furnace had a master previously, so Yang Kai had to first erase the previous mark before leaving his own. This was not difficult as the owner of that hidden mountain valley had been dead for 10,000 years, so the mark he had left on it was now extremely weak. Yang Kai easily erased this remnant mark and then took just a few days to leave his own on the Purple Origin furnace, claiming it as his own. After playing with the furnace happily for a while, Yang Kai put it away. Since he was not planning on performing alchemy anytime soon, he naturally had no reason to keep it out. Immediately after, Yang Kai took out another treasure. What he held now was a pill. This was not one of the pills Yang Kai obtained together with the young woman from Iceheart Valley, but rather the one he snatched out of the Purple Origin furnace. When he discovered this Purple Origin furnace, Yang Kai had scanned the interior with his divine sense and noticed that there was a pill inside. According to the posture that the skeleton assumed before dying, it was apparent that the mountain valley's owner had spent his last moments refining this pill. Fortunately, that Grandmaster had succeeded. But before Yang Kai had time to investigate carefully, the young woman from Iceheart Valley had joined him inside the hidden cave mansion. So Yang Kai had to quickly hide it from her and did not know what kind of pill it was to this day. If it was just an ordinary pill, no matter what the quality it was, the internal medicinal efficacies must have dispersed after 10,000 years and it could no longer be used, rendering it a scrapped pill. Only pills that formed pill veins could keep their medicinal efficacies intact over an extended period. Pill veins were like shackles that firmly restrained a pill's medicinal properties inside of it. At that time, the pill split between Yang Kai and the young woman from Iceheart Valley in the hidden cave mansion all had pill veins. Such pills were rare, however, while most of the ones they found had turned into waste. As for whether the pill inside the Purple Origin furnace actually formed pill veins, Yang Kai wasn't sure, but that didn't dampen his anticipation. After all, this was a pill that an alchemy grandmaster had exhausted the last of his life force to refine. But the moment Yang Kai looked at the pill in his hand, his complexion changed dramatically as he immediately revealed a look of ecstasy and cried out, "Pill clouds!" He never expected that the pill he fished out of the Purple Origin furnace would have formed pill clouds. On the surface of this pill, there was a layer of dense, swirling clouds, as if a mass of 7 colored clouds had been shrunk down innumerable times and wrapped around it, giving it an incredibly beautiful look. There was no doubt these were pill clouds. Yang Kai was stunned and checked several times to make sure he wasn't imagining things. Pills that formed pill clouds weren't something Yang Kai had never seen before. He had even swallowed one and refined another personally. The first pill that formed pill clouds he swallowed had allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve into its 6-colored form and dramatically improved his strength. The pill he refined, on the other hand, was a burning flame pill used to save Shueyu's life. The one he ingested was found in an ancient ruin on the seabed of Tongxian realm, while the one he refined had been done on Rainfall Star. Yang Kai deeply understood the difficulty of refining a pill that formed pill clouds. This was not something ordinary masters could achieve. Currently, the probability Xianxia could refine a pill that formed pill veins was actually quite high, on average about 20 to 30%, but after so many years refining pills, only that single burning flame pill had ever formed pill clouds. That pill had been refined under extreme conditions by cornering himself to break through his limits and had nearly exhausted him to death. Judging from the other pills obtained inside the hidden cave mansion, Xianxia also knew that the owner had been an extraordinary alchemy grandmaster when they were alive. Otherwise, they would not have produced so many pills that formed pill veins. Xianxia originally thought that the pill this grandmaster had exhausted his remaining life essence to refine had formed pill veins. But now he discovered that the truth of the matter was far more shocking than he expected. This grandmaster refined a pill that formed pill clouds. And judging from the medicinal efficacies and energy fluctuations that emanated from this pill, it was undoubtedly an Origin King grade pill. The grandmaster was truly extraordinary. Xianxia was secretly praised. Any Origin King grade pill was already incredibly valuable, let alone an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds. On top of that, this pill was already at least 10,000 years old. Xianxia took a deep breath to calm his raging emotions. The value of such a pill could no longer be judged with common sense. Even Xianxia, who prided himself on his ability to remain composed, suddenly found his face twitching unconsciously as his hands refused to stop shaking. Once a pill formed pill veins, as long as it was stored properly, it would retain its medicinal efficacies indefinitely and would also have twice the potency of an ordinary pill. However, if a pill formed pill clouds, not only would its effects be at least 4 times that of an ordinary pill upon refinement, as time passed, the layer of pill clouds would continuously absorb the surrounding world energy to nourish the pill, increasing its potency over time. The longer the time such a pill was left untaken, the greater its potency would be. The pill that Xianxia took at that time allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve precisely because of the vast amount of energy it had accumulated over thousands of years. When Xianxia had taken that pill, he had nearly exploded and died because of the flood of energy. Fortunately, his soul-warming lotus had absorbed most of the medicinal efficacies in the end. However, when compared with the one in front of him, that pill was simply trash. Not to mention the vast gap in the 2 pills' grades. Just the number of years it had been left to absorb world energy was unmatched. What kind of concept was 10,000 years? Suddenly, Xianxia felt that his mind could not keep up with the situation somewhat. His luck was simply too good, being able to obtain this heaven-defying pill. Everything he had obtained in that hidden mountain valley was instantly eclipsed by this Origin King grade pill in front of him. After feeling shock and excitement, Xianxia wore a bitter smile. Just how astonishing was the amount of medicinal energy contained within this pill. Regardless of what purpose it had, it was basically impossible for Xianxia to take it with his current cultivation realm. Swallowing this thing haphazardly would only result in a single outcome: death by explosion. Even an Origin King realm master may not be able to withstand the immense medicinal energy contained within this pill. Considering all this, Xianxia's excitement gradually calmed down. The most urgent thing right now was for him to figure out what this pill's purpose was. Squinting at this pill, Xianxia found that its interior was crystal clear and had some kind of translucent wisp of energy flowing through it, like a fine hair that was freely swimming about like a living creature. Impossible. Xianxia was thoroughly shocked once more. It seemed this pill was about to achieve sentience. The thin, gossamer-like existence was obviously formed after years of accumulation. If this pill was given some more time, perhaps it really could achieve sentience and become a completely different kind of life form. Ascension pill was just a theory, not even the stuff of legends. Xianxia had not expected that he would be able to witness proof of such an outlandish theory one day. Unfortunately, since it had fallen into his hands, it was destined to only fulfill its original role with no possibility of it truly obtaining sentience. Half an hour later, Xianxia let out a helpless, somewhat defeated sigh. Even with his knowledge and experience in alchemy, he was unable to identify the pill he was holding and could only vaguely judge through its medicinal fragrance that it was used for cultivation. Was this a type of pill that had been lost to history? Xianxia frowned as he secretly guessed. If that was the case, it would be understandable that he didn't recognize it. After all, the pills refined by alchemists over 10,000 years ago were definitely different from those that were refined now. Since Yang Kai did not recognize it, and he wasn't in a hurry to take it, he simply stored away this Origin King grade pill, planning to study it further when he had the chance. In any case, he would not be using such a pill carelessly, so there was plenty of time for him to figure out what it was later. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out another item and began studying it. This time, it was the finger bone. Regarding his trip to the Emperor Garden this time, the gains Yang Kai obtained from the hidden mountain valley alone were tremendous. There were thousands of herbs with medicinal ages exceeding 10,000 years, several dozen high-grade pills that had formed pill veins, an Origin King grade alchemy furnace, and an Origin King grade pill that formed pill clouds. Each of these items was extremely valuable. This finger bone was also something Yang Kai obtained from the hidden mountain valley, and it was the only part of the valley owner's remains that remained after his death. Yang Kai had only meant to show his respect to the alchemy grandmaster whose alchemy furnace he was inheriting by burying his remains. But that simple act had accidentally led him to discover this piece of finger bone which, despite all the years of weathering, had not degraded in the slightest. It was truly a reward for a good deed. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secrets were hidden in this finger bone, so he could only start by studying it. Holding the finger bone, Yang Kai carefully observed it and discovered that, although it was over 10,000 years old, it still felt like warm, white jade that was pure and flawless, like it had been specially refined using some kind of profound secret technique while its original owner was alive. Realizing this, Yang Kai immediately became excited. He had never seen a cultivator treat a part of their body as an artifact before, but since they had done so, it must have been for an incredibly important reason. Perhaps this finger bone really did hide some great secret. Condensing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai tried pouring his strength into the finger bone, but to his great disappointment, it did not accept his Saint Chi and showed no visible changes at all. After a few failed attempts, Yang Kai figured that Saint Chi was not the answer to unlocking this finger bone's secrets. Since it did not respond to Saint Chi, then what about divine sense? Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly mobilized his spiritual energy. A vast, mist-like divine sense enveloped the finger bone, and in the next moment, divine sense manifestation. Only when a cultivator's spiritual energy reached a certain standard would their normally invisible divine sense undergo this magical transformation and become an existence which was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai's soul had been nourished by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus for decades now, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate his soul, his knowledge, spiritual energy, and divine sense was constantly being enhanced. As such, although his cultivation was still just first-order origin returning realm, the strength of divine sense was just about able to meet the standard to undergo manifestation. This was something that even ordinary Origin King realm masters could not do, and Yang Kai had every right to be proud of. Moreover, he possessed a rare conflagrated knowledge that gave his spiritual energy a burning hot attribute, resulting in his divine sense manifestation possessing a fiery red color. This time, Yang Kai's guess was right. The finger bone had not accepted his Saint Chi, but it had an immediate reaction to his divine sense. When the fiery red divine sense wrapped it, a dazzling white light burst out from the finger bone. Immediately, an astonishing suction force was transmitted from the finger bone, wanting to pull Yang Kai's divine sense, and his consciousness by extension, into itself. Yang Kai remained calm, however. Although he did not know what to expect next, he did not sense any danger from the suction force and also felt like he could resist it and even take back his divine sense if he wanted to. Realizing this, Yang Kai did not put up a fight and simply allowed his divine sense to sink into the finger bone. In an instant, Yang Kai seemed to have arrived in another world. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that other than a vast gray void, there were only an enormous number of mysterious glowing runes swimming around him like fish. This is... Yang Kai looked around in astonishment. He could feel an emission of some kind of spiritual energy from each and every one of these runes. They were produced by a kind of advanced form of divine sense manifestation. This was proof that these runes were condensed from the divine sense of that unknown alchemy grandmaster. Unexpectedly, that grandmaster not only possessed extremely high attainments in the alchemic way, but also had a profound cultivation. Being able to condense such runes with their divine sense indicated that the alchemy grandmaster was at least a third-order origin king before dying. After sensing the arrival of Yang Kai's divine sense, the mysterious runes seemed to come alive and rushed towards his soul avatar, instantly blending with his divine sense. Yang Kai's body shivered and his eyes went blank, but he did not try to stop the runes from mixing into his divine sense, and instead began studying them to uncover whatever secrets they held. At first, Yang Kai was completely confused by what he learned, but as time passed and more runes merged with his divine sense, he gradually began to comprehend the inheritance left behind in the finger bone. After condensing and combining these runes, then deciphering them, what Yang Kai was left with was an alchemic record that had been passed down from ancient times. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai had read many different alchemic records, such as the true alchemic way he had obtained in Medicine King's Valley, which had started him down the path of alchemy. But no alchemic record or manual he had ever seen could compare to this true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The knowledge of alchemy techniques contained in the true alchemic way and the spirit arrays to be used in alchemy were all like child's play in front of this true alchemy enlightenment scripture. This alchemic record was not created by the owner of the mountain valley, but rather was obtained by them from some ancient ruin. It was with this true alchemy enlightenment scripture that the owner of the hidden mountain valley managed to bring his alchemy technique to a pinnacle and become the most famous alchemy grandmaster of their time. Realizing that their time of death was approaching though, this grandmaster was unable to bear the thought of this wondrous alchemic record being buried along with him, but also couldn't stand the idea of some ignorant junior obtaining it and ruining its reputation. So he used the last of his spiritual energy to transform his finger bone and record everything about the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in it. He refined his finger bone into a semi-artifact with a secret technique so that it would not degrade with the passing of time. This way, even after he died, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture would be inherited in this special way. If some ignorant treasure-seeking junior found his remains, they would ignore it and thus miss out on the opportunity to obtain the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the idea of burying this alchemy grandmaster, resulting in him obtaining this finger bone and the true alchemy enlightenment scripture contained within it. After seeing the personal insights left behind by the alchemy grandmaster, Yang Kai felt quite surprised and thought that his luck was astounding. But soon he set aside these distracting thoughts and immersed himself in the vast ocean of alchemy knowledge now flooding his mind. Although the true alchemy enlightenment scripture came from ancient times, long before the age the Mountain Valley owner lived through, what Yang Kai obtained was not its orthodox version, as it also contained the unique comprehensions, teachings, and theories of the Mountain Valley owner, making it even more valuable than the original true alchemy enlightenment scripture. It could be said that the Mountain Valley owner had integrated his life's alchemy experience into the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai quickly became fascinated by this alchemic record, finding many answers to the unsolvable problems he had encountered in alchemy contained inside it. Although Yang Kai had an exceptional aptitude in terms of the alchemic way, he had essentially been groping his way forward on his own from when he first set foot on this path until now, with very few people ever giving him any kind of formal instruction in this field. Back in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai could occasionally ask for help from the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui. But since he entered the star field, he had only himself to rely upon. What's more, Yang Kai didn't dare to expose his proficiency in alchemy at will. As such, with the improvement of his strength, he faintly realized that his alchemy technique and understanding of alchemy had reached a kind of bottleneck. This was not his limit by any means, and as long as he continued to work hard, he would eventually be able to break through it. However, to achieve this, it might have taken him 10 years, 20 years, or possibly even longer. Now, things were different. With the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, Yang Kai had essentially obtained a master who could teach him about alchemy anywhere, anytime. In just a moment, Yang Kai felt his comprehension of alchemy become slightly more profound. Yang Kai became more and more obsessed with this true alchemy enlightenment scripture, and soon became lost in it, unable to perceive the passage of time, constantly absorbing the alchemic knowledge contained within it. Only after half a month passed did Yang Kai let out a long sigh and retract his divine sense from the finger bone with a look of exhaustion. Using his divine sense at such intensity for an entire half a month had thoroughly exhausted him. However, Yang Kai's eyes still shined brightly, revealing extreme excitement and brilliance. Yang Kai was unable to fully comprehend the entirety of the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in just half a month's worth of effort. In fact, he had only been able to browse through its contents roughly. Even so, his gains had been so massive that it was difficult to comprehend. If he could one day thoroughly understand the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, his alchemy technique would surely reach an unprecedented height. Only after pills obtain a level of spirituality can they be called spirit pills? Yang Kai murmured while stroking his chin, a thoughtful look upon his face. There were many different ideas and methods contained inside the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, all of which had given him numerous inspirations. The concept of pill spirituality alone resulted in a qualitative leap in his comprehension of alchemy. After pondering carefully for a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and set his musings aside. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and the true alchemy enlightenment scripture could be studied carefully in the future. However, the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill which had formed pill clouds was now identified by Yang Kai. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture not only contained all kinds of wondrous ideas, but also the life experience of the Mountain Valley owner and many pill recipes that had long been lost. All of this knowledge was extremely precious, especially the lost recipes. Through these pill recipes and descriptions, Yang Kai had vaguely understood what the spirit pill was and what its purpose was. Yang Kai took out the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill again and placed it on the palm of his hand, observing it for a moment before a look of excitement filled his face. If his analysis was correct, judging from the color and scent of the spirit pill, as well as the various medicinal energy traces inside of it, this spirit pill should be a dragon flame purple marrow pill.